pilot of over 40 years here at Queen City News. Flying aviation is my passion, so of course I'm infatuated with all things flying in the wild blue yonder and what's beyond the wild blue yonder. So our guest today is sort of an expert. Welcome everyone to this edition of We Are Not Alone here on Queen City News Plus. I'm your host, May K. Veal, Chief Transportation Correspondent and pilot in that field. He is the founder of the People's Disclosure Movement. This is something that we want to talk about today because many of our guests in the past have been relatively well-known. Deborah Jordan Cobble, a UFO experiencer. She's had a book and a movie about her story. We've had other folks with big names, and we want to talk to folks that maybe you have not heard about before, but nonetheless are very important stories to tell, tales of high strangeness. So Costa Macris joins us today, and he says he's just a normal person who has created a global community of everyday people who are passionate about interactive contact with benevolent star civilizations, who are visiting on and near the Earth. Costa says the star people have said, your Earth is in peril. We are here to help. Keep your eyes and heart on us. Costa, welcome.
Welcome. Thank you very much for having me on. It's a pleasure.
Well, it's a pleasure to have you joining us from California. Welcome to Charlotte, North Carolina. First of all, I can't wait to hear about the Star People. Tell us a little bit about you, Costa. How did you get involved with Star People and the People's Disclosure Movement? This is important. Tell us how you got into this and what it is.
Yeah, I'd like to say that every one of us in this movement who are passionate about it has an origin, something that just got us started and then put us on a path that kept us there and kept us committed and learning and growing. I'm no different. As you said, I consider myself a normal, everyday person. And my background is that I was born in the Midwest in Indiana and had a pretty normal childhood with an interest in astronomy, fiction, the NASA moonshots of the time, because this was the 60s. So my eyes were always on the sky, and that was the base of my interest in things that are, out there. But you know what? I mentioned I had a pretty normal life, went to university, got a degree in computer science and mathematics, came out here to California to work in Silicon Valley for almost 40 years as a software consultant. So in that sense, like I said, I had a very normie kind of trajectory. Also along the way, got married, had a couple kids, got divorced, got remarried to my current wife. And that's all the background. Except I forgot the one part about when I was young, I picked up a book on UFOs. And I believe it was written by one of the contactees of the late 50s and early 60s. And it had black and white pictures of the classic dome with saucer-shaped objects. And I was smitten by that because, again, my eyes were always on the skies in one way or another. But, though I was smitten, I dropped it. And like I said, had a normal trajectory in life until 2006, when I discovered a group out here in California, in Mount Shasta, about 4 hours north of where I am in the San Francisco Bay Area. And this group had an interesting proposition. They were saying that about star people and UFOs, you can learn through using visualization and meditation techniques to make your own connection, to make your own human-initiated connection with them and to communicate with them. And that's what was called or is called CE5.
Okay, so rather than you being abducted or they visiting you, you can kind of invite an experience with them through meditation or visualization. Is that what you're saying?
No, absolutely. Those close encounters of the fifth kind are human-initiated active contact with benevolent star civilizations. So using a series of steps that a lot of people will customize to fit their own approach. But in general, the idea is having an open heart, an attitude of goodwill, open mind, being able to sit still, do some visualization alone or in a group, you can make this kind of contact. And we've had thousands of people over the years doing this since I discovered it anyway in 2006. I've been at this for 19 years and have been in contact in my worldwide community with lots of people who have made contact in so many different ways, because they're creative ways. They can contact you via telepathy, via dreams. You can see the flashes in the sky if you know how to recognize what's real and kind of abnormal up there, as well as a phenomenon on the ground and electrical phenomenon around you. The communication can, and they're happy to do it. The star people are, and by the way, don't like the word alien, so I want to put that out there. They have said to us that they're star people. They're elder brothers, sisters, and cousins. We can call them star family, star friends, star people, cosmic beings, that kind of thing. So yes, the communication can be made, and we've been teaching people the last 19 years in the People's Disclosure Movement how to make their own connection, report it to others, and invite others to grow the movement. And that's why we're more than 1 million people now all over the planet and growing all the time, doing our direct contact and disclosing ourselves. I don't know if you all are familiar with the term disclosure, but anybody who's interested in ufology knows that there's been almost 80-year cover-up by elements that are basically above the normal government of the United States to keep the presence of these cosmic beings away from the public. This disclosure movement was formed in 2010 when the Star People asked us to create teams all over the planet to do this Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind and make our own contact directly with them. We just bypass all the officials who are really not forthcoming up, and we have our own experience. We disclose ourselves instead of waiting for a president or a governor or someone to make an announcement at a press conference that they're here. The thing is that we disclose ourselves. And in 2019, my star friends do say we achieved the People's Disclosure. And I can talk more about that if you're interested.
Okay, so lots to talk about here. So, Costa, you're the founder of the People's Disclosure Movement and ETLetsTalk.com community. So this is where people like myself or anyone that may have had an experience, whether they realize it or not, was it a dream? Was I not feeling well? Did I have heartburn? Was I hallucinating? Maybe we don't understand what we see that perhaps is indeed from another dimension, another planet. But you put people together so that they can share experiences and maybe get some sense of normalcy in this new world. Does that sound right? Am I understanding it properly?
Well, you nailed it. Please come work with us. You have you have a good grasp of that, and you're absolutely that. People's Disclosure Movement is about people, everyday people. You don't need a degree, something. You don't need to live in a mountaintop and meditate for decades. By following certain steps, you getting together with friends, and with a little bit of persistence, you'll get some kind of communication because they have told us that they are very interested in connecting with humanity, but we have to also, through our free will, reach out to them and connect and establish a communication. So that is the key thing. It's we're going to be mentors with.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. So I want to know, and we might have to take a break first. We have 1 minute. So we're after the break. I want to know, who are the star people? Where are they from? Do I need to be afraid? You said benevolent. How do I know we don't open Pandora's box and talk to something that's less than benevolent or harmful? So when we come back from the break, your first experience with the star people, who are they? Where are they from? And what do we need to know? All right, stay right there. We'll be back on We're Not Alone continues right after this. Welcome back, everyone, to this edition of We Are Not Alone. Our special guest today, Costa Macris. Fascinating. He's talking to us today about being the founder of the People's Disclosure Movement, and he has a website, etletstalk.com. It's a community where people can come together and talk about their experiences, normal people like you and me. So, Costa, you talk about the star people. Who are the star people?
Some people have had in-person sightings, but mostly we see their craft in the sky, either as flashes of light that we've learned to recognize are not of human-made origin, or you will see a picture of myself with some orbs around me that has a great background to it, a story. That's another way that they show up. Are we afraid? No. In my community, we've not really been relayed any negative experiences. I will say that there probably have been negative kind of races here. It's a huge cosmos, and it's filled with all kinds of beings, and have some been around the earth and near the earth, most likely. But here's the thing: it's all about vibration. That's what protects you and makes certain that you connect with the highest, with the benevolent beings, which are here in vastly greater numbers than than others, the negative ones that might be here. They're here by their millions. Who are they? I asked them for a little bit of description just the other day, and they said that they are many races from many cosmic places. They are a collective. They call themselves an association of all these races from places, which I believe also includes, like, for example, from Sirius, that star system, from the Pleiades, from Arcturus, and probably many other places that they declined to mention. I wanted to put forth the idea that there's a collective, a very cooperative, loving collective that's interested in the highest, has the highest intentions for humanity. And they want to mentor us and be co-creators with us for a golden age. So those are the benevolent ones. That's what we focus on. And through our CE5 interactive contact, by using, and I know this sounds like a little bit of a cliche, but if you approach your practice of connecting with them with love, with an open heart. You can use some kind of a spiritual practice, whatever you practice, to protect yourself, to create a high vibration, a high frequency. Because when you have that love and that openness, there's nothing that can penetrate that. And you have a lot of protection. And that's what I want to assure people, that that's what's operating in your favor, so that you do have a connection with beings who are kind of lowering their vibration to meet us halfway. And that's really, it's very simple. That's what it's about. It's about that vibration, and you're open. If a person has a little bit of fear or a lot of fear while trying to make a connect within themselves, the odds are that it may not happen, or it may happen the way you don't like. And that's why I counsel people to look inside themselves and check in and create that space within themselves of the openness and the courage to reach out to the cosmos like that, and let the fear just roll away. That's what happened to me.
So I just want our viewers to know this is a Zoom interview, and we're having a little bit of glitches here and there. And, forgive us, it's the nature of the beast. I know our viewers are going to want to know, well, how can they connect? And I know what you said, you have to have the right vibration and no fear. But before we leave you, they're going to want to know how can they connect? Also, what message do the star people have for us? I want to talk about the picture of you with all those orbs around you. What was that about? Can you tell us about that?
I will. First of all, let me say, if they come to ETLetsTalk.com, it's free. It's for the public. There are 7 steps there of CE5 instructions that people can follow and use those and just practice and make their own action. There's also that we're going to be getting them in touch with, so that they can find other people around them. So you can do this alone or with a group. Any place that's safe for you, from your living room, from your backyard, on the beach, in a secluded place by a mountain. It doesn't matter, because everything is one, I believe, and they're all around us anyway. So choose a place that's safe, comfortable for you. Practice those steps that you can find on ETLetsTalk.com, and good luck. I think you'll be successful sooner or later. Now, as far as that picture there, it was during my first week of learning how to make contact. I was in a group of about 40 other people, and we were going out night under the stars by Mount Shasta in Northern California. And we were learning how to make the contact, and we were really being successful. We were seeing the in the sky flashing and learning how to identify what's versus what's terrestrial. Well, during one of the breaks, people were taking pictures of each other with the forest in the background. Showed me a picture of themselves, and there were 2 little orbs that had shown up that were there to the naked. And I said to this person, "That's cool. What are those?" And this person told me, well, they've been showing up more and more pictures. People believe they're star beings or interdimensional beings or spirit guides, but they're starting to show up in pictures more. And I thought to myself, I'd like to get 1 or 2 of those. So I posed against the background. They're in the forest, and my friend pointed the camera at me, took the picture, showed it to me, and it was just me, just sitting there, in the normal background. And I was a little bit disappointed. And I said, look, 1 more time. So we lined up again, take the same picture. And just before my friend clicked the shut, I had this kind of playful, spontaneous thought self. And so I put my right hand over my heart, and silently, I just put the thought out there, said, "I love you. I invite any beings of light and love on this planet or off this planet to join me in I love you." And again, I said this mentally, and then I friend go ahead, and he clicked the shirt, and I again playfully just thrust my arm out like ta-da, trying to have fun with it. And then I asked, well, did anything show up? Did I get 1 or 2 orbs here? And he said, "You got to see this picture. You got 2,000. And that's what you see here. He's surrounded by all these beings. Later on, I asked my spiritual guides, because we all have guides, if we believe in that, or angels, whatever you want to call them. Asked them about that picture, and I said, "Was that you all and your crowd and your homies and stuff showing up in that?" And the answer was, "Yes, that was us. And we want you to keep a hard copy of this picture in your pocket at all times, because whenever you're low, um, disappointed, alone, pull out the picture and look at it and realize you are never alone." And that's the message I want to give everyone out there. None of us is ever alone.
Oh my goodness. Um, and I know some people, you can take photographs and you might see orbs sometimes, and they say, "Oh, that's just the light reflecting," or it's something else. I guess that would be a possibility too. Not saying that's what this picture is, because there are gobs of orbs in there.
Well, let me add, we it's a great perspective to have. We tried to eliminate all qualities. We threw sand up in the air. There was no moisture in the air. It was a dry atmosphere. So being kind of scientifically minded, actually two or three of us started getting involved in this. We tried to debunk our own picture by recreating, doing things like you said, light and sand in the air and this, and we could not recreate what you see there. So I take that to the bank. For me, it's conclusive enough.
I love that. Costa, we got to take another break, and we'll be right back when We're Not Alone continues. Stay. Right there. All right, everyone, we're back here on We Are Not Alone. Costa Macris joins us today talking about the People's Disclosure Movement. Costa, how can people join? I know it's free. How can they join? How can they get in touch with you? And before we say goodbye, what's the most important message you think the STAR people want us to know? So first, let's start out with the People's Disclosure Movement. How can folks listening, how can they join?
They can come to etletstalk.com and surf around the site, get familiar with what the disclosure movement is about. And there's a form there where it says join movement. Just supply your first name, last name, country, email address, and you'll be on the mailing list. I'll be sending you newsletters about our activities month, making contact, news about webinars, interesting films, videos, and books that are all about making this contact as experiencers, because that's what we call ourselves. So yeah, they come to the website etletstalk.com and join the movement there. It's all free. There's no paywall or anything, and we welcome you into the community. We're more than 1 million people, and movement is something our star friends that is like a snowball rolling downhill since 2019, when we reached the tipping point where the cover up is over. So many of us all over the planet have made contact by request of our star friends that a cover up is never again possible. It's the fact that we own the future now of contact, and we're no longer victims of the past of the cover up. So we're very positive, and we have a vibrant.
Now, Steven Spielberg is advertising Disclosure Day to be released in June. Do your star people have any messages about those movies? Are they going to help us or help change the world in any way and open our eyes and move us? I know we're already in disclosure. That's because you and I are talking about this. But is this going to help us move forward? Have they shared any thoughts with you about that?
Yes, in particular about Spielberg's movie, because I specifically about that. Well, what impact will it have? What can we do to help whatever impact? And what I was told was that it will inform and educate people who will understand that there has been a cover up. There will be anger. There will be, why weren't we told this among people? And that's very natural, that minds get open and educated. But following that, because we'll have an positive ending, though I don't know the whole plot, but I was told that it will be an opportunity for all of us who want to make contact to reach out even more, because it will educate and bring lots of people who are experiencers and have been holding this in all their lives. It will bring them out and tell their story to others. And so we received a message when I asked them, what should I tell our audience? And their reply was, we're here, we're clear, get used to it, and in a very positive way. So we're be asked to tell our stories, not to try to convince people, but if we've been holding back, to find a community, tell our stories of our own contact, and really not alone. There have been millions of people who've had these experiences, and this movie will trigger a positive outflow of more people telling their stories, getting connected, and growing our movement, so that someday we can have a physical presence here on Earth, because that's what the star people are working towards. They really need us to show, and this movie will do that.
Well, listen, very informational today. We're grateful for you. For folks to learn more about the People's Disclosure Movement, they can reach out to you on etletstalk.com and become part of the community, and just get a sense to try to help us make sense out of some experiences many of us are having that we just don't understand. So we thank you for your time. Costa, thank you so much. Costa Macris from California, and we wish you well, and we look forward to the Star People and Disclosure. Thanks for joining us, everyone. We're so glad to have you, and we'll see you next time here on We're Not Alone, Queen City News Plus.
Good Thursday afternoon to you. Welcome to Queen City News Plus Live here from the Blue Room inside Queen City News. As you can see, we got myself, Anchor Brian Blakely, Anchor Morgan Francis, and meteorologist Andrew Brightman. Going to talk about the hot, sweltering weather outside. It is steamy when you walk outside. You're sweating. Amy Thompson running the show over here today, and Also, Austin McCollum sitting over in the corner, just making sure we mind our P's and Q's.
It's all about the P's and Q's.
Right. Trump trying to mind some P's and Q's here. That's our top story today as we're talking about the war in Iran is on again, off again. Trump canceling some strikes here, Morgan. And this is his Truth Social post.
Yeah, he kind of pulled an Uno reverse card here. He previously had said that Iran will be hit very hard tonight and threatened to take Karg Island. And then he called off those latest threat in this Truth Social post saying, based on the fact that discussions with the Islamic Republic of Iran have been brought to the highest level of Iranian leadership and approved. He doesn't typically announce that he's going to strike. He does it, and
military
then people find
experts
out
really
about
don't
it.
like that because it puts soldiers at risk.
At the same time, maybe it did force Iranian leadership to come to the table and actually consider this deal. And it sounds like, according to his words, that's what happened.
And whether there is a deal or not, as according to the Trump administration, there could be some sort of deal within the next few days. We've been hearing that, but we do know that Gulf leaders, our Gulf allies from the surrounding region, are in Tehran trying to negotiate some sort of a potential end to this war, not just or go back to the ceasefire. So all these deal points, those are the devil's in the details, especially with this. You're talking about Karg Island, trying to seize Karg Island. That's the big linchpin as far as with Iran. That's where their whole energy lifeline and pipeline comes through Karg Island and then ships all the oil out through there.
That's their export terminal. So the reason that they kind of need that is because the coastline around Iran is so shallow that the big tankers can't get in. So being that Karg Island just off the coast has such deep water, they kind of need that to export their oil. They have all the pipelines that go straight to Karg Island for that purpose. So the threat of taking Karg Island, it would decimate their oil industry and directly impact their revenue, their oil revenue.
Yeah, and as we say that, gas prices are down 3 cents overnight here in North Carolina to $3.75 from $3.78. Also, stocks are up right now on the announcement of this new news, but also President Trump facing some pushback here from Senate Republicans over this handling of the military conflict. And it's also wondering if they have enough votes to pass for the War Powers resolution directing the president to withdraw the forces. So we'll see what happens with the Senate because we know it did pass in the House.
Well, and he's also getting some pushback on the FISA. It's the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. That is a law that basically allows government to collect foreign intelligence information from non-U.S. Citizens reasonably believed to be outside of the United States. It's not supposed to target Americans, but sometimes the controversy is that Americans get caught up in some of those conversations. Well, the House failed to extend that program in protest of President Trump, and it all has to do with the his temporary pick for Director of National Intelligence. But now he just came out today after this
just about an hour ago,
after the House failed to extend this and announced a new pick. So who knows if that kind of pressure worked and pushed him to announce a permanent pick.
Bill Pulte was the temporary pick, widely unpopular with Democrats, and also not much experience for the DNI role that Tulsi Gabbard's going to be leaving from, the Director of National Intelligence. Bill Pulte, many Democrats and also many Republicans were not happy with that pick as well. So he did nominate Jay Clayton, a U.S. Attorney General of the Southern District of New York, who has extensive experience, the Maduro case, also is a former SEC chair. So he is someone that has a lot more experience, and this could be a more of a knee-jerk reaction of what just happened about the Trump's announcement here, whether Jay Clayton already being received very well as far as this pick.
Right. And Democrats said they wouldn't support going back to the FISA, specifically Section 702 of FISA. They said they wouldn't support its renewal unless Trump withdrew Pulte's appointment. Again, he was only acting Director of National Intelligence, but they were really concerned that he didn't have, national intelligence background. And when you're overseeing, a dozen or so more agencies, to have no experience. There was a lot of concern about that. So we'll see then if this changes those votes. There were some Republicans and nearly all Democrats that rejected the temporary measure. So we'll see if this changes things when it comes to that Pfizer approval, because this is a critical program. A lapse in it could potentially pose a national security impact.
Especially as we have the World Cup
Cup
that is starting here with a lot of folks that are coming in from all over the world. And this is obviously a big spectacle that everyone wants to see, but it also does pose a lot of national security threats as well. I want to take it out of Washington right now and come back here to the Carolinas. New details have been released right now for this man. He's a Denver man. He's charged with multiple child sex crimes. He is a tennis instructor. The Westport Swim and Tennis Club in Lake Norman area confirmed its cut ties with this former tennis professional over his arrest on these alleged multiple sex crimes.
Yeah, the Westport Swim and Tennis Club released a statement saying that the club has received a report concerning this guy, Curlew, and said that upon consulting with legal counsel, we promptly removed him from his position and prohibited him from entering the premises. And he will not return in any capacity. So, and then the club has been in contact with law enforcement as well. But some really serious allegations for the 64-year-old who was arrested on June 5th, sexual offenses against children. He faces 6 felony charges, 3 counts of indecent liberties with a child, 2 counts of statutory sex offense with a child less than 15 years old, and 1 count of sexual activity by a substitute parent or custodian.
Yeah, Stephen Curlew is his name. He is the one charged right now, 64-year-old, and we're going to be following a lot more of that story on Queen City News and also on QCnews.com.
He's being held without bond, by the way, Lincoln County Detention Center. His next court appearance will be June 29th.
All right, let's go back to Washington and take a look at this. This is what's happening on the South Lawn. Look at that gigantic octagon. You know what happens in an octagon? That's a UFC fight. And that's going to be happening at the White House this weekend to celebrate 250th anniversary. Celebration of the birthday of the American. Also, the 80th birthday of President Trump happening this weekend. But there's a lot more details that are coming out about this UFC fight that has been really challenged and talked about negatively and positively. But the negative aspects of the fight is how much it's going to cost. And who's going and who wants this thing to even happen at all.
So the upfront price tag of roughly $60 million is going to be funded by UFC and groups affiliated with the UFC. So that's covered. The big question mark is, well, what about all the security surrounding it? All the agencies, including Homeland Security, the FAA has allocated resources. You got the Secret Service. I mean, they've been screening the trucks of equipment coming through, and the 700 to 900 staff daily that's been involved in the installation of the octagon. So there have been a lot of people involved in helping this come together. And there's still kind of a question mark over, well, how much are all of those resources costing? At the end of the day, taxpayers.
$60 million right now is at least what the cost is, what they're saying of this whole spectacle. And it's also, it could be halted because there's still a lawsuit that's out there. A judge has not halted proceedings on this yet, but there is sought by 2 Virginia residents who have filed a lawsuit against the National Park Service, which oversees the South Lawn, saying this violates the constitutional the powers here, the Constitution, by putting this event there. And so they have not ruled on that, and we'll see. But there's going to be 4,000 spectators that we know. 120,000 also are expected to be watching from the Ellipse in the surrounding area. Zach
Brown Band is going to be performing. Yeah. Like you said, it's going to be a spectacle. Sunday night, it's going to be 7 bouts kick off, so 14 athletes. And then after that, Trump is going to fly to France for the G7 summit. Grass doesn't grow under his feet. He doesn't stay in one place too long. But
that's quite a celebration of your 80th birthday. I'm going to fly to France for the G7 summit. Yeah,
it sounds like anyone's wish for 80th birthday. But going back to the lawsuit, Chief Legal Analyst Khalif Rhodes did say he's like, this thing's not going to go anywhere. Yeah. So it
is out there.
I'm not the attorney, but it is out there.
In today's climate, though, you never know with what could happen with that. You never know what could happen in a basketball game. How about this last night?
I
with
woke
the
up
Knicks
this morning and saw all the news alerts.
Did you go to bed before when the Spurs were up 29?
I didn't even watch it, to be honest. I mean, I was just
You're such
telling
a new mom.
I was just telling someone in the break room we can't even get through one show before both of us are falling asleep. But
Classic.
I did talk to someone in the newsroom who did go to bed when they were down 29 points. She's like, "I've had enough. I'm done." And then her husband the next morning said, "Do you want to watch the last quarter?" And she was like, "Sure."
Unbelievable. The Knicks came back from being 29 down at Madison Square Garden. I mean, everyone
Yeah.
thought this game was over. The Spurs had this in the bag. And then slowly in the third quarter, they started to chip away and and then got it down to like, I think, 15 by the fourth quarter. And then they got it where they could
Amy,
win this
did you
game.
watch it at all?
And then they went up 105-104 at the very end.
I only saw the last 30 seconds. That's the only part of the game that I
Okay.
saw. So I
And
saw them
Amy,
win.
what about you?
I saw like a tiny bit of it where they were down 29.
Okay, so you
Mhm.
saw like the
And-
worst part.
Yeah, and then I woke up like you. I woke up this morning. I was like, "Wait, what? They won?"
Was this the same game?
We
It
were
was a
live.
full collapse.
yeah.
They were down 20 with 9.5 minutes left in the fourth quarter.
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean-
And they
That
just,
was a full.
And then the Spurs, I mean, you have to go ice cold. And then
they stopped attacking.
and then all the turnovers and then just
Stop.
nothing on defense.
and they just got really insecure about
live
their
and
offense.
die
Yeah.
by the three.
And they let this happen, and so but we were watching on CSL last night as we were live on CSL, and we're like, oh my gosh, they're losing
do it.
now. They're down by 4. They're down by 1. They're winning now, and so
Yeah.
Knicks and incredible the viewership. I can't wait to hear what the actual viewership was last night because we were talking about the
MSG
Canes
had to just-
viewership.
was
The
just
Canes,
off
by the
the
way, are going to
chain.
be playing tonight for Game 5 at the Lenovo Center.
Right,
Everyone's
tied series in that
pumped up
one.
about that, and also we got the World Cup that is starting today in Mexico.
By the way, all sorts of special programming on Queen City News
Mm-hmm.
with surrounding the World Cup. Obviously, you can catch a lot of the games on our station, but I know our Carolina Sports Live team has been doing a lot of work behind the scenes to get prepped for a special soccer show that they'll be doing. And so
Every day.
don't
Yeah.
turn the channel once the game's over because there's going to be some fun content coming your way.
And of course, the United States is going to be playing tomorrow against Paraguay. They'll be playing out in Inglewood, in Los Angeles, at SoFi Stadium. So looking forward to the big debut of Team USA, a U.S. men's national team. So we go them, go you Team USA.
We could have done the whole show on sports, I feel like. But there's,
But there's
you know,
a lot
we gotta
going
leave time
on,
for
and
other
I'm-
stuff too, especially the
yeah.
weather. I mean, it is hot and humid out there, just absolutely steamy. Are you hot yet? Interesting super choice. Who did that?
Are we
really?
talking
Pose that
about-
question to you, Andrew?
Are we
yeah.
talking about the temperature or Brian? No, I'm just kidding.
Look at the super at the bottom of the screen. Are you hot yet?
I think we're getting there. Just got a little steamier in this room.
Yeah.
No, it is scorching outside, guys. I mean, it truly feels like summer. I was saying earlier, I was at the driving range practicing with the golf game. Got the calluses.
Dripping sweat.
Dripping sweat,
I bet.
like coming down onto my sunglasses I'm wearing. That's all, and I was in the shade.
And they say
too.
golfers aren't athletes.
Yeah, it's true. That's a great point, Morgan. But it is hot out there, and tomorrow is going to be getting even hotter across the Carolinas. Hottest temperatures of the year so far. Just, there's no other way to look at it. It's summer here across the Carolinas. A couple of afternoon showers and storms possible, but for the most part, the story here is going to be the heat. It is 91 right now. The dew point is 70. I just want to cry just by looking at that. That's how hot and humid it is out there. Boone camera, we've got a little bit more cloud cover, a couple of isolated sprinkles to be had, but temperatures across the region generally, lots of low to middle 90s right now. Scorching heat out there. When you factor in the world-famous Carolina humidity, feels more like around the 100-degree mark. Some of the high spots feels like 102 in Statesville, 102 in Lancaster. I've got a golf trip coming up here in a few weeks. I'm like getting scared just thinking how hot it's going to be. Anyway, enough about my life. Record,
Yeah, doesn't it?
Concentrate a little more.
One can only pray, Brian. We are tracking potential records here as we get towards the end of the week here tomorrow. We're going to be close. Maybe not quite getting to 98, but certainly with the forecast of 97, we're not going to be that far off either here across the region. Latest with Pinpoint Radar, there's a couple of those popcorn showers and storms to be had out there, especially right now to the southeast of Hickory, but for the most part, everyone is staying dry and steamy. Not much coming to rescue us in terms of a cold front on the way anytime soon. Not going to see one until probably at least early next week. The muggy meter staying elevated, not as crazy high as we go to the weekend, but you're not going to be certainly reaching for the jackets anytime either. Futurecast in motion here. We get things rolling. Overnight tonight, heading into your Friday, mostly clear skies. It is going to be hot. It is going to be really humid out there. Temperatures, even as you're heading out the door tomorrow, in the upper 70s. make a beeline into the middle 90s. We'll see maybe a couple more showers and storms out there versus what we'll see today, but it's not really going to be bringing you much relief. It's going to be hot, everyone. Please just be prepared to drink lots of water out there across the Carolinas. Quickly getting to your Pinpoint 7-day forecast here. Got more heat and humidity on the way here for the region. Pinpoint 7-day forecast. Likely staying in the 90s probably until at least early next week when we do have that front and a couple of chances for some showers and
And
storms
drink
as
your
well.
water tonight
Yeah.
for tomorrow.
I'm hydrating.
Hydrating
Because you don't
tonight.
sweat when it's humid out there. I learned that from Brandon.
Oh, yeah, we
because
were
it's
talking
already
about that,
humid.
right?
Yeah, interesting. This next story that we have coming up after the break is just absolutely wild. A really serious case of my bad. And wait till you hear the police chief's explanation of how two officers were hanging out and one ended up shooting the other one on accident. We'll have the whole story coming up in
my
just a little
bad.
bit.
My bad.
Welcome back to Queen City News Plus Live on this Thursday. Austin, I think, is laughing at me in the corner, possibly. Not sure why. We'll find out later. But a couple of clouds.
No, let's hear it.
I was waiting to see who took it back.
Oh, yeah. We always kind of look at each other like,
Okay, you
want
got
to take
it.
this or you want me to take it? There are no scripts in this show.
Before we get to our next story, we want to say that there has been a goal in
Yep.
the World Cup. First one. Go ahead, Austin. You can yell it out. Goal. All right. Yeah. And it's Mexico. They scored the first goal in their home city there in Estadio Azteca against South Africa. So it's 1-0. We're off and running here for the World Cup.
Yeah, it's going to be a whole month long of, all things soccer. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be great.
This
This
next-
was not great.
I mean, this
yeah.
was just crazy. Let's just pull up the video right away. So the police chief in Pasadena California, says that this was horseplay. You see the officer there drawing a gun on another officer who pulled up to him, and then the other officer allegedly does the same thing. According to the police chief, shoots him in the arm.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. They called it horseplay incident. Went wrong. It was in a garage. You can see, and it got him in the shoulder. And the guy here is obviously distraught. He's in pain, and he actually recovered later. But the video does not show that. What happens next is the police chief said the officer was seated in control, also drew his gun, which was discharged. You didn't see that part, but that's the bullet that traveled through the windshield and struck the other officer in the shoulder. Just crazy stuff here. And this is it happened back in September. And so the guy has recovered, and now he's suffering disciplinary action. But this is what not to do.
What I thought was, obviously the video is crazy enough, but in the article it said, as you mentioned, officers recovered and disciplinary action has been taken. Wouldn't there be charges in a situation like this? I asked Chief Legal Analyst Khalif Rhodes, he sits right next to me, and I'm like, even if it's accidental, if someone draws a gun and accidentally shoots someone, surely there would be charges. And I looked up California law, and it just discharging a firearm with gross negligence is a felony, and it can carry up to 3 years in prison. So there was no mention of, any sort of legal repercussions for this. I get the disciplinary action on the police department side, but just a crazy negligence
I don't know if these guys are
situation.
going to be partners again, but yeah, that's certainly a very lucky scenario as well as for this young man who was shot in the shoulder and not much worse.
Right.
Let's go to Chicago police right now, as they're looking for a person of interest that's seen in of a burning cross. Take a look at that. You see that burning cross? This is in Grant Park that happened on Tuesday. Chicago Fire Department spokesperson, firefighters, they responded here to this in the afternoon. Somebody was just driving by, their mother and daughter, and they just happened to see this, and they took the video of this. Yeah,
they were shocked because, this is Grant Park. It's one of the most visited public parks in Chicago.
Been there many times.
The mayor said, hate has no place in our city, and essentially everyone should feel welcomed and safe. They have released, pictures of a person of interest, but obviously a burning cross is a symbol of racist hatred in the KKK, although a motive hasn't been determined because they have to find whoever did this. But religious organizations, they're responding to the symbol of hate and even offering rewards for information that can
reward
lead
right now, and there's
yeah.
the person of interest that they're looking for. They say they drove away in a Nissan Altima and stealing. Wait, that's a different story.
I was like, wait a second.
Right, but
how'd you get the car description?
Right.
But yeah, they have released the pictures
guy.
of that guy. Yeah.
But yeah, and we've seen things burning and stuff. But this person though here, whatever his motivation was behind this, we do hope that he is caught and captured. Now moving on to our other story that we have here, and this is
how these guys got away.
They got away in that Nissan Altima, stealing about $15,000 worth of Pokemon. And this is really we've seen this type of stuff. This happened in the Bay Area in Brentwood, California.
Right.
Not Brentwood neighborhood in Los Angeles, Brentwood, California.
I think Brentwood it was a stop on Long Island Railroad.
Oh
when I lived
yeah,
on Long Island too.
as you went to Hofstra, yeah, you know that very well.
But yeah, this whole video was they were in and out in 39 seconds.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
That is crazy, but they knew exactly what, and this is what these whole organized retail theft gangs do. They come in there and charge, they've cased the scene out before. They know exactly what they want to go get, and then they come in here and just charge right in, and 39 seconds they're in and out with whatever they wanted to get.
Right.
Very valuable $15,000 worth of Pokemon cards.
$15,000. I mean, I thought the window had passed for me to sell my Pokemon cards when I was a kid. It was those and the Beanie Babies.
And the Beanie
right?
Babies,
Amy's nodding her head. Did you collect them both too, Amy?
No, I didn't collect them, but I always saw them.
Okay.
But yeah,
You
I always
always-
wanted a Beanie Baby.
And then looking for the hologram for the Pokemon.
Yeah.
And but I was surprised at the price, that there's still like a huge value
There's
for
a huge
these.
black market for this,
Yeah.
which is why the thieves are targeting a store like this. And they smash the cases, and it's just we're in and out quickly. And they think they've got a pretty good a line on who this might have been. But yeah, the facial recognition with these type of things, especially with the eyes, what police have at these stores and the surveillance, they could really nail down some of these people.
And you know what? The manager was there the whole time.
Just looking. Yeah.
Well, upstairs, was upstairs at the time, was in the store, and I don't know if she knew what was going on or just happened to be upstairs, or if the person was watching it. But I mean, that's frightening in and of itself as you see this happening.
It's hard to react in 39 seconds. Right.
They're out
Yeah.
before you know they're there, but pretty scary that someone was in the store at the time as well.
Hey, coming up after the break, we're going to be talking about police in a different form here, as an officer was trying to help save some poor little ducks, and he went to the extra mile to do so. And it's a great video that we have for you coming up on Queen City News Plus Live.
In my homeland,
Yeah,
Wisconsin. You always hear of like police, the firefighter getting the cat stuck up in the
Right.
tree and all that stuff. Well, this is one of those stereotypical stories of the police officers helping to get some little ducklings out of a storm drain.
Look at those little fellas that just they fell through the grate there, and you can just imagine, you've seen those videos where they're just walking along and then bloop, they go down. But the police...
That's exactly how I imagine it, actually. Yes, that's very accurate.
And then they can't get him out. Mama Duck's probably just wondering where they went. And so, anyway, these guys stepped in bravely to help save these little ducklings and got them back up to be safe and sound. And
Yeah.
this happened in your home state of Wisconsin.
Yep, and one of the guys said that he called the water gross inside. So I'm sure the ducklings were happy to get out of there, and the mom was not far away, obviously, waiting for all of them. And
very happy mom was walking around.
scurried
Let's
off.
get out of here. We got to go find a safer spot to go hang out.
Yeah.
Hey, that goal that we just had by Mexico, we were talking about. Second fastest that we've had in just the 9th minute by Mexico and South Africa down in Mexico City on the first World Cup match.
And remember, for all your soccer needs, tune into Queen City News because we have extended coverage. The Carolina Sports Live team will have a blast tonight.
You're watching Queen City News Plus Live. Thanks for watching.
You're here. Now gird your loins. We're going to get political. They say politics makes for strange bedfellows. You should see the hijinks on the risers. Hello and welcome to Behind the Lens, an inside look at what it's like to gather TV news. I'm Stuart Pittman, Chief Photojournalist for QCN Plus, and I'm glad. From partisan puffery to endless security sweeps, covering the campaign trail and where it leads can be a long, hard slog. On the upside, you do get to see democracy in action, bag that Air Force One selfie, and maybe even get blamed for it all.
15 minutes and holding.
Yes, you can get blamed for it, but we're not going to lay you blame today. We're going to talk to a couple of experts to let us know just what it's like to cover politics on the local and regional level. Joining us to do that is Turbo Tim Mullican, photog extraordinaire, and Andy Weber, political correspondent and perhaps the best hair in the business. Andy, how's your hair? Yeah.
It's doing well. I conditioned this morning, so
fantastic.
I shampooed as well. It's great.
Well, as a slightly older man with thinning hair, I don't appreciate that at all. And I just wanted to lay that out there. But we're not here to talk about my hair. We're here to talk about politics. And that's normally a thing we kind of shy away from in television news, in that we attempt to be a mirror on society without interjecting our own political thoughts. Today's discussion is really mostly about the mechanics of covering presidents, politicians. As we looked at the material for this episode, a lot of it really is the campaign trail, because that's when we get the most interaction with the candidates. Andy, give me a little bit of a background as to your campaign and political correspondent history.
Yeah, so I started covering politics my last job in Oklahoma City. I was covering for the state capitol in Oklahoma City, covering the minutia of state politics. And every 2 or 4 years, you go into covering state, local elections, stuff like that. My first presidential election, though, was 2024. And 2020 as well, but that's a little bit different because of the nature of COVID. But my first true experience on the ground with less COVID restrictions was for sure 2024. And that covering that, I think, was definitely different, with 2 assassination attempts in itself changes how things operate campaign-wise.
Yeah. I'm lucky or unlucky enough to have covered or have been in a room with every president since the first George Bush. There's no trophy that goes with that, but I like talking about it. So here we go. Tim, you've covered a couple of elections, maybe more than a couple. Tell me about your experience.
Yeah, my very first one was George Bush, the Jr., and that was good. That was when I was in Chattanooga. Mm-hmm. And I've covered Obama a couple times, covered Trump 3 times.
Right.
And yeah, it's an ordeal. It's an adventure. But
let's talk about that ordeal. Say the sitting president is going to speak at 2:00 in the afternoon at the local convention center. What time, Tim, do you have to be there to cover the 2:00 p.m. presidential speech?
Usually about 5 a.m. You show up with all your gear. You go into the convention center. You drop your gear off where you're going to be, and then you got to get out. And they'll come in. They'll tell you can come back in a couple of hours or 3 hours.
Now, who's they?
They being the Secret Service.
Right.
And they will search your stuff, do the bomb sniffing dogs and all that.
Yeah.
And then whatever time you're told to come back, you come back and you're sequestered either with your gear on the riser or you're sequestered into a room for a while and then allowed to go to your gear.
Right.
But from that point on, you can't really exit and enter back in.
Yeah. Andy, has that been your experience as mostly a reporter, as far as the getting there very early, dropping your gear off, leaving, coming back?
No, absolutely. Especially when it's a president in town or even a presidential nominee of one of the 2 major parties. It's a different level of security. Sure. I even compared it to when J.D. Vance was vice president and President Trump wasn't reelected. His security still was far higher. You had TSA level security, no water, over a certain amount of ounces. It was like you're at the airport with a little more seriousness to it because it was the president or soon to be president in the room in that case. Definitely 5 a.m. wake up time, and set up in a range of spaces too. You range from AC'd hotel banquet halls to my worst enemy airport hangars.
Yes.
Because they
worst.
they love them. Politicians
They
love
love
them.
Oh,
But
they-
there's
they-
no air
they go-
conditioning in any of them. It always gets
And
so
all the
hot.
audio's echoing off the
Right.
walls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that. Those are things people don't think about. People shouldn't have to think about. But getting there early, dealing with bad sound, with no air conditioning. Let's talk about the crowd, because you're not the only. If the president's in town, you ain't the only one there trying to get a picture of him. I know that on the risers, so there are risers set up in the venue, certainly, and you get there early. And as locals, we get there super early because we're there in town. You wait all day. It's
And you don't get assigned spots like the network does.
Right. You got to find your spot. You got to camp out, fight off other photogs, play some elbow. But then a few minutes before the president rolls in, hey, here comes 15 network crews. And they've got 3 times more gear than you do. And what do they do? What do they do, Tim?
They elbow you out of the way. Or they get right in your way.
Usually in front of you. It's usually
Usually
right
in
in front of
and-
you. Right.
They plop
Technically,
their-
we're supposed to have 2 risers. One is to put the gear on, and then one is to stand on. That way, if you shift, the
Yeah.
gear doesn't shift.
Yeah.
But like you say, at the last minute, in rolls all these other people, and all the risers just kind of get wherever you can stand.
Yeah.
And so every little movement, you're like grasping your camera and trying to survive the earthquake. And
And in their defense, it's because they're traveling with
Sure.
the candidate, usually,
Yeah,
not
sure.
because they're late. But
right, no,
right,
they're
yeah.
coming in late because that's when the candidate
Right,
is rolling
right,
into
rolling
that,
in,
that
right.
location.
Yeah.
Well,
So-
you just wouldn't think standing on a riser in a room full of people would be that perilous or that much of a pain in the butt, because you're just standing there pointing a camera. I mean, it's not the hardest camera work of certainly, but the control of the venue, the access, the weight can be more than you really want to deal with. I know that if I never cover another campaign, I'll be okay. I'd much rather watch the constricted version on television without having to wait there 9 hours.
That's the best
Yeah.
part, is condensing it down to a consumable piece for
Yeah.
That's why I do what I do. Yeah.
I will say the visiting with news crews you don't see very often from maybe the region, not the area. That's always fun. We news crews we're all gas bags and we like to talk, especially that guy. So hanging out with news crews with nothing much to do isn't the worst. It turns into a 18-hour day.
It's a long shift, but like you say, running into old friends and old colleagues, and sooner or later you're going to run into somebody you used to work with.
Sure.
That's kind of neat.
And it helps knowing what you expect. I mean, typically there is a schedule. They don't always follow it,
Right.
but you know what you're waiting for. It's the speech. It's the speakers,
Yeah.
as opposed to a typical news story where you're like, oh, I might not know how this goes at 4 or 5 p.m. You know what to typically expect. Yeah.
I can tell you the president, in my experience, that made you wait the longest. That's Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton would roll up 5 hours late. I remember sitting at the Kinston Indians Stadium for hours waiting on Bill Clinton. He was the president at the time. I can't tell you why he was late. All I remember is everyone waiting and getting kind of irritated about it. But they're not here to please us. We're sort of flies on the wall.
Right.
There's a picture there we just saw of Air Force One. So let's say when the president comes to town, he comes into town on Air Force One. We normally have a crew at the airport, and we certainly have a crew at the venue. Tim, why do you think we have a crew at the airport every time Air Force One lands?
Well, you don't want to miss that. I mean, that plane is special, and then you want to get that walk-off shot. And
Sure.
There's usually a crowd down at the bottom of it, and they
Right.
come down, and he shakes hands and
Yeah.
greets people. I remember my first time covering it. The real surreal thing was looking up from the riser, because there's 15, 20 of us on our little riser for the media, and then there's the crowd and all. I remember looking up and just kind of scanning the surroundings and seeing a sniper pointing a gun at me.
Yes.
There's
You better check
it's like,
yourself.
yeah, exactly. There's like 2 snipers, and one of them's covering half the riser, and the other's covering the other half of the riser in case, God forbid, the media do anything they
Right.
shouldn't.
Right.
But I mean, that's a surreal feeling to see the gun pointed right at you.
And it's a surreal feeling to be within hailing distance of the leader of the free world.
Exactly.
That can't be
Exactly.
dismissed. I mean, we in news get used to everything and we act like nothing impresses us. But when the sitting president walks into a room, you got to kind of take note of the moment.
Right.
And it doesn't matter whether you like that president or don't like that president. You're still honored and excited because, hey, I mean, like you say, you're feet away from the
Sure.
president of the world.
I'm equally annoyed at everybody. I mean, because
Yeah.
I mean, by the time the president gets there, you've been there 6, 7, 8 hours. You're kind of ready to, can we get this on? the power of waiting gets tested. Speaking of testing, have someone giving me strange gestures over here telling me that it's time to take a break. So let's take a quick break and we'll be right back. And welcome back to Behind the Lens, an inside look at what it's like to gather TV news. We're talking politics, we're talking campaign trails, we're talking election day, we're talking sitting presidents coming to your town and upsetting your day. Andy, is there any one memorable, and I know there's more than one, when someone says covering the campaign trail or covering elections or covering politicians, what pops in your mind?
The big thing for me was actually very early on, before I was a political reporter in the proper terms. I was a reporter in Peoria, Illinois, and Rod Blagojevich, he's a former Illinois governor. Sure. He is known for being convicted of auctioning off President Obama's former Senate seat.
Yes.
He went to federal prison, threw the book at him pretty much, but he was eventually pardoned by President Trump. So in 2020, I think it was, maybe 2019, gosh, it was all kind of merged together at this point. He had this big press conference outside his home after his release in Chicago. So we drove the 3 hours to Chicago, and I was 21, 22, getting there. And it was like every station I grew up watching was there. Sure. Networks were there. Chinese networks were there. French networks. So being among these 20, 30 cameras, and I'm just some, child from Peoria, essentially covering it, was pretty surreal. He himself arrived a few hours late to a press conference outside his own home, right. Which was an interesting experience. They call it Blago time in Chicago, apparently. But that was quite the first real political event that I had been a part of in terms of as a reporter.
Sure. It can get surreal. Yeah. I was telling Tim earlier, I spent, I don't know how long it was. It felt like a long time. I was in a small room with our political reporter, George Bush Jr. and Charlton Heston. And that was back in the time when he was with the NRA, and he'd shake the gun and say, "You'll take this from my cold, dead hands." And whether you paid attention to any of that at all, when Charlton Heston walks in the room, it's like Mount Rushmore. And I remember the room was small, and I was just on the peripheral, but I remember being afraid to talk to him. He cast such a presence that I kind of locked up and couldn't talk to him. And that's not that political, but you never know what may walk through that door, because you're given access to world leaders that no one else gets. No one gets to loiter around and interview someone that globally known. And I think we take it for granted. Tim, is there anything pops in your mind when you think of politics and covering politicians?
Well, there's probably several stories, but the one that surprised me the most was when Obama came. He was running late. He got delayed St. Louis for some reason, and he was over an hour over an hour late. So he came in and did his spiel at this warehouse. And when he got done and doing the tour or whatever, he came over. You know, we were usually 30, 40 feet away, and we're never any closer to the actual president. And he came over to the media to apologize. And he came within like 10 feet of us, sat down. And it wasn't like he sat down at the head of a table. It was like he just sat down and just started talking to us and apologized to us for being
That is good media training.
Yeah, very good media training. But I actually got to say hi, and he said hello to me too as well. So that was kind of a neat experience.
I'll bet.
Doesn't happen all the time.
No, because there can be some political events that you go to, and there was nothing interesting that happened the entire 12-hour time you were there.
This is true.
And
Same stump speech.
Same. Oh my God. Oh my God.
You heard it 3 hours ago in Gastonia.
Yeah. When John McCain was running for president, all I remember is his speech, having heard the same speech several times. Bill Clinton came once for Hillary Clinton when she was running, and he told a story that seemed familiar that I remember, 10 years earlier. So if you're a political junkie like I assume you are, Andy, then it's full of intrigue.
Mm-hmm.
If you're just there to make sure the television looks okay, can be kind of a dull day.
Photos can get a little bit grouchy sometimes if you're in the wrong venue, or if it can be just the same old boring speech. But
talk to me about the photogs at a political event, because you're a reporter.
Under the gun.
Hey,
I'm outnumbered here.
I don't like to use that language in here.
Yeah,
but as a non-camera carrying individual, what's been your experience? I know you shoot some. What's been your experience with photographers at a political event? Anything stand out?
Well, here, I'm not just speaking because I'm outnumbered in this room. Here, it's a different ball of wax. The photogs usually want to be at the thing, or I've talked with them before, like, hey, you mind staffing this campaign event? So it's been a pretty positive experience. But there's still, as Tim was mentioning, the stressors of it's your job to get the shot, your job to elbow someone to get this framing. I thought when President Trump was in town, Brian Christensen had to deal with a network camera setting up all of their lights right over my shoulder, right in our shots. So honestly, for the most part, I'm impressed by them. And I admire their ability to not show their true frustrations. They let it out with colorful language afterwards, just not in the moment itself.
Sure.
Or they'll have a snide remark where the person can definitely hear it. It varies. Yeah, right.
It can be an intimidating environment when the Globe's politicians and media elite roll in.
Mm-hmm.
In 2012, we had the Democratic National Convention here in Charlotte. It was when Obama was running for his second term. It was a week of absolute madness at the Coliseum. But on the
that's where it was the Coliseum. Or is it at Spectrum?
At Spectrum.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Coliseum.
It was
no offense to Bojangles, but that'd be quite the big.
That would be different. That's a big difference.
Big difference. Yeah.
At any rate, on the last night, the only people allowed in the building besides the keynote speakers, who was Michelle Obama that night, was the media, and you had to go through several different checkpoints of security, and with every one, the crowd got more famous. At one point, I could have taken Katie Couric and Jesse Jackson and knocked their heads together because they're right beside me.
Yeah.
And that was just a star-studded is the wrong word, but I've never seen so many one-word named celebrity journalists in the same room. Besides that, that was amazing just to be in that room. You kind of felt like I don't belong here. I'm sort of over my head. I'm waiting for someone to escort me out. So far, I haven't been escorted out. Have you been escorted out, Tim?
I have not been escorted out, no. Thank God.
I think escorted out would also result in potentially a job loss.
Yeah,
it'd get back to the higher ups, I feel, if you were escorted out of a presidential appearance. Yeah,
that's not being shushed in a school auditorium, is it?
It's not the same thing, right?
Yeah. No, I try to get in and get out without getting in trouble. And we're back to Behind the Lens, an inside look at what it's like to gather TV news. I want to thank Andy Weber, political reporter, and photographer Tim Mullican for giving us some insight on what it's like to cover politics. Now, however, we're joined by Jenna Pinto, another esteemed photojournalist.
Hello.
Hello, Jenna. Jenna, you haven't been doing this as long as I have, and that's a compliment, but you have covered your share of political events.
Lots of them, especially when I lived in Florida.
What'd you cover there in Florida?
Everything. Florida is a powerhouse for politics.
Yeah,
Lots. Everybody wants to go through Florida. And I grew up in Iowa, which is also a huge powerhouse for politics. So, yeah, kind of born and raised in it.
Yeah. Once you got into it, was it like what you thought it would be? Was there a big surprise to you when you first covered your big political campaign stop?
I mean, I started my career right at the 2016 campaign. So
yeah,
that was a big one. And I got to go through college in the one prior than that, which was also a really, really big campaign. So I feel like I've kind of lived in the epitome of campaigning, and when people really started to like push that a lot harder, and
right.
Media coverage kind of ramped up a little bit on that as well.
What's it like? We spoke in our earlier segments about how long it takes to get set up, and you have to get there half a day beforehand and go through security, and you do an awful lot of waiting. A lot of news crews, when they wait, they just either stare at their phones or talk to the few people they know. I know you a little better than that, and I know you're probably working the crowd.
I'm a chatty Cathy. I
Chatty
like to talk
Cathy.
to people.
Trying to maybe, but you're not just chewing the fat. What is it you're doing?
It's the best networking opportunity. I mean, not just from a local perspective. I've gotten jobs from political coverage before. I've met, future chief photojournalists from that stuff. And just like meeting people and schmoozing them a little bit, it helps you out because campaigns are not a one-off, right? Like you're gonna go to multiple campaigns. You're gonna see multiple people multiple times.
Sure.
And there are days where we run out of this or we run out of that, or our cables go bad, or something goes wrong, or oh my gosh, that network guy in front of us is just a little taller than what I thought he was going to be, and I didn't bring a box for my reporter to stand on. And so those are those moments where that schmoozing, it starts to work out in your favor, because then you can go, hey man, I'm so sorry. Is there any way that I could borrow your Apple box? Or is there any way that I could borrow that BNC cable that you have?
Sure.
I see you have, a couple things plugged into that outlet. Is there any way that I could unplug one of yours to plug something in for me? And that schmoozing works out really, really good. It works out for security too.
Yeah.
Because like they love to kind of corral you,
Mm-hmm.
and sometimes it's just a power trip, right? But yeah, schmoozing works out in your benefit. When you're nice to them, then they're nice to you.
I think that's a good lesson anywhere you go, no matter what it is you do for a living. But I know that competing news crews have saved my bacon more times than I'm willing to admit.
Yes.
And it's always just a great thing to experience, especially because your bacon's being saved. You know,
Mm-hmm.
who doesn't like saved bacon?
And just like the camaraderie, it's so nice to that you're all equally in the same
Right.
crud together. So you kind of have to be friendly. Now there are times, I will say, I know when to pick my battles.
Sure.
Most of the time. And I have actually gotten in some fights with some photojournalists before. But it's mostly because everybody, like a scrum, right? When everyone is all jumping up together.
Right.
I'm a woman. I'm a little bit smaller. They like to send the big guys, right? Because they're easier to overpower.
They do.
And so I've kind of had to like muscle in before. I've had some people kind of push me around a little bit. And I have stood my ground.
You've covered a lot of different things, a lot of very visual things. Politics isn't that visual. I mean, it's not the greatest thing to drag a TV camera to.
No.
What would your advice be to people who have yet to experience it, younger news gatherers who are about to wade into politics? What would you tell them?
I think that when you go into photojournalism in general, emphasis on journalism, you recognize that sometimes I've done some beautiful stories, some very beautiful, important stories, but there are sometimes important stories that aren't beautiful. That doesn't change the lack of importance for them.
Right.
So politics, especially holding like the higher ups accountable, making sure that people who are going to be voting are informed on what the policies that those candidates are like standing on. Like that's important. And
it's a fairly important public service.
Yeah, it's not beautiful though. It's not beautiful, but it is important. And so it's nice to like there are days where I'm going to get those really, really beautiful stories. And then there are days where I'm going to do those really important stories, and the balance is important.
It is, and I can't think of a better note to end on, because for all the inconvenience for the news crews, that's something the viewers shouldn't have to even think about. They should just watch the news and receive the information and make whatever decision they want.
Yeah. I think that new people coming in too, it's hard. I had a high school class one time ask me, how do you follow a candidate if you don't believe in what they're doing? And that's not what we're doing.
No.
We're not, my job is to not tell you if I like them or not.
Right.
And I want you to be able to watch what I'm doing and not know if I like them or not. I want to make sure that the viewers are informed and that they're being good voters. Because I kind of like where I live, and I kind of wanted to stay that way. And having people vote on important topics makes where we live better.
Good point, Jenna. Good point. Thanks again for viewing Behind the Lens, an inside look at what it's like to gather TV news. We've greatly enjoyed this segment and having you here, and we hope we'll see you next time.
What's going on? 24, who you got on the call?
We got Charlie 5 out with a subject on 207.
Who's Charlie 5? I'm 10-4. I don't know who that was.
Chesterfield County 911.
Yes, ma'am. There are gunshots right here in my neighborhood just going off down by the high school.
About how many shots did you hear?
It was like back to back. It was like bam, 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 bam. Then it stopped. It was just in a sequence.
Chesterfield County 911.
We've got somebody outside. Sounds like they're shooting right around the TNT store. I mean, it's very rapid fire. There's been about 5 sets of them. Oh, it looks like there's a policeman over there now. So
there's a policeman over there where the shots were fired?
Yeah.
About how many shots did you hear?
About 5 sets of maybe 7 or 8, something like that. There was at least 40.
Pulling out of my yard that night, it was about maybe at this time 5 after 11.
Jarrell Wright was doing what he did most nights, enforcing traffic laws in McBee. But his decision to work a few more overtime hours this night, last September, nearly ended his life.
Everything felt normal. Even when I turned around and put my lights on them, it was, you shouldn't, but I was treating it as a routine stop.
Wright was working his beat, patrolling Highway 151, where the speed dips from 60 miles an hour on one end to 25 in the center of town.
That was basically my route. As I was coming down, I would turn right there, or sometimes I would go as far as right there at Family Dollar and turn around.
He patrolled the 1 square mile town relentlessly until he set his sights on 27-year-old Alston Maudlin.
Just like that car passing there, we met about right here before 8th Street is where I turned around and put the lights on him. A 52 and a 25, and you see the 35 right there. I was speeding up behind him and I saw him turn the signal on, so I went ahead and hit my brakes. And that's where I was expecting him to pull over right here where the buses are, and he didn't. So that kind of raised the red flag.
The traffic stop happened right behind McBee High School. Luckily, it was in the middle of the night.
I had the radio, I had it clipped to my vest, and I didn't call dispatch yet because I was assuming I was about to get in a foot chase the way he just let off his brakes and sped up. That's when I reached over, undid my seatbelt, threw it in park, and before I could even attempt to open the door, first bullets come flying through the windshield.
Jarrell Wright was on the business end of a high-powered rifle and a shooter aiming to kill him.
I got down in the floorboard with my back facing that way as far as I could, and I was kind of leaning over in the seat. I had my hands over my head like that, and then, the thought popped in my head, okay, if a bullet comes through, it'll go right through your hand, through your head. So I grabbed my vest and I pulled it as far over my head as I could get it. I still didn't think that was enough. I just really laid there and waited for it to be over. At some point, I gave up and just kind of leaned further on the seat, and I didn't think I was going to make it out. I really didn't. It's like he was never going to stop shooting. I heard him change clips with the rifle and unload another, and then he switched to the 9mm when he stood by my driver's side window and emptied a clip into the headrest. I could hear all of that.
There is no video of any of this. Wright says he was the McBee Police Force's top ticket producer and says the town wanted him on the road so badly his new patrol car didn't have a dash camera installed yet, and his body camera wasn't yet connected to his blue lights, which means the body cam never auto-activated. Even though dispatchers heard the officer scream for help, no one in the 911 center knew he had anyone pulled over or where he was.
McBee units, are you 10-4? 85, are you 10-4?
Somebody call his phone number, whoever 85 is, call their phone.
10-4.
That's Jarrell Wright, 85.
10-4, we've had gunshots in the area, 11th Street, eastbound Avenue area.
In Patrick, is anybody in Patrick? Everybody shooting towards McBee. Somebody was hollering on the radio, McBee again was dealing with somebody's shots fired, and then somebody got to hollering on the radio.
It took 11 minutes for the first officer to get to Jarrell Wright.
Be advised, we did get a crash detection from 8-5's phone.
During the shooting, a bullet hit Wright's cell phone, activating a crash alert. That alert hit dispatch and Jarrell Wright's family.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. At the tone, please record your message.
His family also heard the shots. When the alert went off, his son jumped on the phone and called his father. The call went straight to voicemail. His son never hung up. This voicemail captured the family's frantic rush to find their father. Jarrell Wright was still squeezed into the floorboard.
And I just laid down, waited to die.
You said you were waiting for it to be over. You don't mean for the shots to stop?
I was not waiting for the shots to stop. I was waiting to die. I kept asking myself, when is the moment going to happen when I know nothing, when I get hit, when all the life is out of my body? That's what I was waiting for. I wasn't waiting for the shots to stop. I did not think I was going to make it out.
You think about those 2 kids and your wife back home?
That thought haunts me. I thought that I would never see them again. I thought that whenever they did see me, it was either in a body bag being removed from the car or on a table in the morgue.
You had time to think of that?
I thought about all of that.
Wright does remember just how quiet it was after Alston Modlin's 62 shots ended.
What was the first thing you heard?
The car door opened, and I can't even describe the feeling because at first, when I heard it open, I thought it was him going to finish me off. But it was my son, and he yelled out, "Dad, no. Dad, no." I was laying there motionless, covered in blood. Why would you not think that I was dead? My son runs one way and collapses, and my daughter runs the other and collapses.
The voicemail recording captured the family's horror when his children got to the patrol car. Wright was balled up in the floorboard with blood pouring from the back of his head. His children's screams lasted for more than a minute.
I look up, my wife is there looking at me. She jerked me out, and I'm standing up and I'm looking around and making sure his truck is not there anymore. And I kind of felt relief, and then it went away because just because his truck was not there doesn't mean it wasn't somewhere else. I remember finally getting my kids' attention and them seeing me up and walking, letting them know that I'm here. I'm still here.
The bullet holes in Wright's patrol car show the shooter's path. He first fired into the driver's side windshield, circled the Charger, firing as he stepped. Nearly every shot aimed right for the spot where Officer Wright's head should have been. The car might tell what happened, but it doesn't explain how Jarrell Wright survived this.
I was hit 4 or 5 times out of 62 rounds. He was a bad shot. I was lucky as hell, one or the other.
Wright says he truly would have rather died if it meant his family wouldn't have to live with what they saw that night.
I could live easier with the fact that I was shot than what they had to see.
How's that?
They're scarred for life. If other law enforcement were there before them and I was able to get out of that car, then they saw me, yes, that's still bad because I was still, but they would have known. Dad's okay, husband's okay. But for them to get there and to see me motionless, thinking I was dead, that is terrible. And you can't take that back. That's going to be with them for the rest of their lives. If they live to be 150, they will never forget that.
Wright doesn't know how long the shooting lasted, but it took the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division about 10 hours to issue a blue alert, an alert putting the public and other law enforcement on notice that an armed and dangerous attempted cop killer was on the loose. SLED sent the alert as cops were in a shootout with Modlin in nearby Lee County. He fired into this Lee County deputy's patrol unit, setting it on fire. A police dog named Mika burned to death inside. And Alston Modlin, investigators say he ran into this cornfield, put a gun to his head, and took his own life.
This is where a bullet come in, one of the first ones that come in the windshield.
Although Jarrell Wright survived the shooting, he did not make it out unscathed.
It grazed me, I think, right here.
He was hit at least 4 times, not counting the mental injuries he and his family continue living with, or what he calls the hell he lived with since the shooting from the people he says promised to take care of him. When Jarrell Wright called me in December 2024, just a few months after that ambush, he was ready to tell everything he knew about McBee and the people running that town.
So if you go out and write 30, they want 40. If you go out and write 40, 50. One day I wrote 67. Then the next day you can get 70 today.
Is that what he would say to you?
Yes, 93 tickets in a 3-day period. Pretty good if you ask me.
Is this about public safety in McBee, or is it policing for profit?
When you can get 10 a day, that's what we want.
Does that not sound like a quota to you?
It definitely sounds like one to me, yes.
Did you ever have a conversation of, man, are you ready? 60 plus times shot out, are you mentally ready? Did you ever have that conversation to try to understand and maybe step back for a minute and say, man, how would I feel if I were him?
On your feet. Center. Peace.
Last January, Jarrell Wright became a sworn law enforcement officer.
Jarrell S. Wright, McBee Police Department.
Graduating from the state's police academy and ready to hit the streets of McBee. But 8 months to the day, he nearly lost his life in a hell of gunfire from a man he stopped for speeding.
So I reached over, undid my seatbelt, same motion, put the car in park, and before I could get my hand to the handle to open the door, you know, I hear the shots, and my hat is hit, obviously. This is where a bullet come in, one of the first ones that come in the windshield. I do remember seeing 3 bullet holes in the beginning.
Somehow, Officer Wright survived 62 shots fired at his patrol car last September. He slid down into the floorboard, pulled his bulletproof vest over his head, and lived to hear the shots end and his family pulling him out of his destroyed patrol car.
This is the shirt that I was wearing on that night. These other little holes up here is fragments and whatnot flying around. This hole represents the shot that I took in the forearm. The swelling has went down. This is where I took the 2 shots in the side, and you can see the stain around the holes, which could only be from blood. That is where a bullet grazed the back of my head during the shooting. This is where I took 2 in the side.
Jarrell Wright grew up in McBee and graduated a proud McBee Panther.
Jarrell S. Wright, McBee Police Department.
Wright says he quickly found out what the men running the town of McBee wanted from him: to write all the speeding tickets humanly possible.
You were in communication with the mayor a lot during the time you were a police officer in that town, right?
Yes.
The mayor was well aware, it appears through text messages, of what your ticket production was in a day, where you were. You say you show up on police stops sometimes too. What did you think about that constant communication with him about what you were doing while you were on the clock?
It was annoying, it was aggravating, but I felt I had to do it because it was the mayor.
McBee is a small town of around 800 people. It has one stoplight at the intersection of Highways 1 and 151. It's the main pass-through between Charlotte and the beach. The speed limit coming in from Charlotte drops from 60 to 25. Wright says he had no problem finding speeders, and he could do it easily, all day, every day. He also says the day McBee hired him, Mayor Glenn Odom told him in a meeting with then Chief Mike Irvin exactly what the town expected of him.
And what did they tell you when you sat down for the meeting of, hey, you're hired, here's what we expect?
10 a day is what they wanted, 10 tickets per day. They told me you can sit at this corner and write a few, you can go at this corner and write a few. He said you can go at each end of McBee and write a few, and you can get 10 a day. That's what we want.
And what would that 10 cover?
My job, I guess.
Does that not sound like a quota to you?
It definitely sounds like one to me, yes.
If that is a quota in McBee, it would be illegal in South Carolina. State Code 231245 states a law enforcement agency may not require a law enforcement officer to issue a specific amount or meet a quota for the number of citations he issues during a designated period of time.
Outside people can come in here with their opinions, but we represent McBee, so I'll leave it at that.
Wright provided us written proof of the mayor's involvement in his daily policing, dozens of text messages over his 8 months on patrol. The messages show the mayor asking for daily ticket totals, even telling the officer how much to fine a man he'd arrested for shoplifting. Heading to the jail, be back soon, Wright told the mayor. Driving under suspension, the mayor asked. Shoplifting and trespassing, Wright responded. Write $1,000 on shoplifting, Mayor Odom ordered. This June 22nd text shows that previous case was not the first time the mayor involved himself in a fine amount for a shoplifter in McBee. And one night, Wright was investigating a theft case here. Are you working, the mayor asked. At Subway, dealing with a possible debit card theft, Wright responded. Tell them come back Monday. You got tickets to write. Text records also show the mayor didn't like it when he saw a state trooper writing tickets in his town. Don't let the trooper steal any more of your customers, the mayor texted. He's already gotten 3 from me, Wright responded. All that open road and he wants to work in town. He had a flat tire, hope he has another. I stopped and asked if he needed help. He was a snotty ass, the mayor wrote. The messages also showed the mayor complaining multiple times about McBee Police Captain Greg Block's lack of ticket production. Go home and get cool and lay down. Let Block work. He'll get 2 or 3. He got 5 last week, the mayor told Wright. I think we broke even last week. I was going to tell the chief we need some tickets this week. Round out the month. A few days later, how many today, the mayor asked Wright. 33 with 12 440s. You the man, the mayor responded. The 440s refer to traffic charges with $440 fine amounts. Did you do any good today, the mayor asked on September 1st. Yes, sir, 33 with 12 440s so far. That's what you got yesterday, the mayor replied. Wright updated the mayor a few hours later. 37 440s for the weekend and 49 for the entire week. Go to bed. You keeping the whole department operating, the mayor responded. And another, days later, did Block show up? He probably has 10 or 12 so far, Wright responded. I asked Block about the mayor's comments. He sent us a statement explaining the mayor didn't know the full scope of his police duties at the time.
All in favor, aye.
And that the mayor has since stopped criticizing him. Wright says the mayor would call, text, and even show up on traffic stops nearly every shift.
Why was he so interested in that?
Ticket count, more tickets, more money. That's all I could figure. I mean, they called me as cash cow.
Cash cow?
Yes.
What did that mean?
I brought in all the money. I wrote more tickets than anyone else, so.
Did you feel like that's what you were becoming to the town of McBee? A revenue stream?
I didn't think of it that way until that comment.
What did you think when he called you that?
I kind of laughed it off, and then, did he actually just say that? I'm like, okay, so that's all I'm worth, bringing in money.
Wright told us Mayor Glenn Odom wanted one thing out of his officers: maximum tickets and maximum fine amounts. He showed us another text he says proves it. You working, they flying, the mayor asked. 20 already, working on 2 to 3 right now. Having to tow another vehicle, but 5 tickets from this one, Wright responded. Mexican, the mayor asked. Of course, Wright responded. Will he pay at town hall, the mayor asked Wright. I'll tell him he can come pay or go to jail. Yep. Problem is, we lose money if you take him to jail for 2 hours. The mayor told Wright to call in the town clerk to take the driver's bond money, and the mayor would pay her for 2 hours of work. Wright says this happened long after town hall closed.
But I continued to do it because I think I was pretty good at the job and I enjoyed it. I lived in that town pretty much my whole life. I knew quite a few people in the town, and I enjoyed being able to serve and protect that town.
Did it eat at you over time?
It did, because if you go out and write 30 tickets, they want 40. If you go out and write 40, 50. One day I wrote 67. Then the next day you can get 70 today.
Is that what he would say to you?
Yes.
Wright had yet another text to prove that. How many now, the mayor asked. 50, Wright responded. Is 70 possible? I believe so, Wright told the mayor.
And here is my ticket count that I kept on a daily. I got to the point where I felt like I needed to, because I was questioned quite often during the day. Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, you see the ticket count. I had 12 that Wednesday, 31 Friday, 36 Saturday, 26 Sunday. I had 23 on Wednesday, and on September the 19th, the night that I got shot, I had 45. And that's the last one. I've not written a ticket since that day, of course.
Jarrell Wright was the town's top ticket writer. He says the mayor imposed a ticket quota, demanding at least 10 tickets per shift from every officer. It was nothing for Wright to knock out 50 or more tickets per shift. But not all officers lived up to the mayor's expectation. Wright gave us multiple text messages between him and Mayor Glenn Odom. The texts show the mayor wasn't happy with Lieutenant Greg Block's ticket totals. Go home and get cool and lay down. Let Block work. He'll get 2 or 3. He got 5 last week, the mayor wrote. In another text, Jarrell Wright updated the mayor. Over 150 tickets in 3 days, he wrote. The mayor, has Block had that many this year? In another text, how many $440 fines in 3 days, the mayor asked. 49. Good job. Block will do that many if he stays 3 more years. Wright says Councilman Lyles and Chief Timmy Knight had a plan to help Captain Block.
I am looking for the text message from Lieutenant Block giving me his login information to write tickets in his name. August the 5th, 2024 at 5:08 p.m. He sends me his username and password.
Wright says Councilman Lyles wanted him to do this to keep the mayor off Block's back. The text show Greg Block wanted the help, texting Jarrell Wright what to say to cover it all up if anyone ever found out.
And he tells me to just say, if anything goes down, you had to use my computer because your login wasn't working.
Wright says he logged in as Greg Block and went to work writing tickets as Officer Block. The evidence, he says, is right inside his notebook.
You see different colors there. The black, that's all mine. Like the blue, those are the ones that I did, but it was in someone else's name under their login and info. Here we go again. Not as many on this day, but it was still done. And if there's blue in between the black, those are days that I misplaced my black pen and just used blue, kept it going. And days like this, on Sunday, finished in blue, that was for someone else. Finished in red, that was for someone else. And of course, that is the very last day that I was out and about patrolling for the PD. And at that point, at 7:48, I had written him 10 so far. And his response to that was, "You are the man, brother." There's an interesting one, August 16th. This is from him, "Write me some tickets." Lieutenant Block, you see who it's from.
Why were you writing tickets in others' names?
I was asked to keep the mayor off of this one person in particular for their ticket count or lack thereof. I was asked to do that by Councilman and the Chief, Robbie Lyles and Timmy Knight.
So what did Robbie Lyles say to you to cause this to happen?
He asked me if I could write some in Greg Block's name under his login to keep the mayors off of his ass for not writing tickets.
Did the police chief make this request to you separately from Robbie Lyles?
Yes, he did.
And was it the same reason?
It was the same reason.
We asked Councilman Lyles, Chief Knight, and Captain Block to interview, even refute Wright's claims. None of the men responded to us. The evidence of McBee's ticket production is evident anytime the town holds traffic court. So many cases, McBee can't fit them all inside the town's courtroom. And inside, drivers are herded into lines like cattle.
This is ridiculous.
When we showed up for court last month, what does it seem like's going on out here?
I mean, to me, it seems like any chance they can get to make a buck makes you want to not come through this area.
Although the lines were shorter than the ones for court during summer travel season, people like Damon Hilton stood in line for hours. So how long have you been in this line?
Since 1:50.
What time is it now?
2:20.
30 minutes. All over a $25 seatbelt ticket. Inside the courtroom, I watched as drivers negotiated directly with officers, and very few ever saw the judge. They line up for the clerk's window to pay whatever fine and charge they work out with the cops. In several cases we found, instead of charging a point violation where the town has to split the fine with the state, McBee converts the ticket to a different charge, like a seatbelt ticket, where the town keeps all the money.
An ordinance to protect the public of the town of McBee, South Carolina, and enact the town of McBee Ordinance 14.415.
McBee's mayor and council found a way to keep every dollar of its traffic fines. In February, council passed a careless operation ordinance.
We needed this to give the chief and the officers another tool in their toolbox of enforcing traffic in McBee.
By charging under the ordinance instead of the state's traffic code, the town can now negotiate $180 fines and no license points and not have to send a single cent to the state. This citation shows the town's already issuing these tickets. And traffic court is big business here. We asked the state for total citations for 2023 and 2024 for towns along Highway 151, Pageland, McBee, and Hartsville. Pageland and Hartsville reported more than 2,000 tickets in 2023. McBee nearly doubled those cities with 4,300 tickets. In 2024, no one along 151 came close to McBee's totals. 4,000 tickets in Pageland, 3,000 in Hartsville, and McBee wrote 12,000 tickets with far fewer cops than both of those other two cities. McBee's ticket total was almost as high as the state's capital city police force. During that time, McBee's leaders confirmed the town collected more than $1.2 million in fines and assessments.
This council meeting was when?
September 25th, I believe is the date. This September 2024 council meeting appeared to back up Wright's claims of his cash cow nickname. Council was discussing how they were going to come up with a monthly payment on a loan for new police cars.
Charlie, there's 5 speeding tickets. 5 speeding tickets. Make sure you pay for it. Jarrell will do that in 30 minutes. We got to get him back on the job.
This meeting happened less than a week after Wright was shot, while he still had fragments inside his body.
Just looking at him just pissing me off right now. 5 tickets in 30 minutes I can do, so we got to get me back on the road. Wow. That shows the care or lack thereof. That's all he cared about. That's all. Hey, and that goes back to that cash cow comment. Jarrell can write that in 30 minutes. To say this 6 days after I was shot, I mean, again, I didn't fall and scrape my knee. I was shot. You know, some of the anger that I had, the way everything transpired kind of went away, but that brings it back. I'm not at a loss for words right now. I just can't let out everything that I want to say.
When you hear that comment from the mayor, what would you tell him right now?
You really want to know?
Sure.
I would tell him to kiss my ass and go to hell.
All right, we're rolling into McBee. Make sure we're doing the speed limit here. We are here today trying to find McBee Mayor Glenn Odom ahead of tonight's council meeting. That white Dodge right there is the mayor's truck. So he's in town.
I asked McBee Mayor Glenn Odom to schedule an interview to talk about the officer's claims last month. The mayor did not respond. We found the mayor at Town Hall before the March council meeting.
I want to talk to you about this situation with Jarrell Wright.
Okay.
Why wouldn't you schedule an interview with us to talk about this?
I haven't had a request to talk with y'all. I'd be more than happy to talk with you.
The mayor said he was having trouble with his town email account and never got our messages.
Have you ever called Jarrell Wright a cash cow?
No, not.
You never said that on the phone?
I really don't remember, but he brought cash into the town of McBee, but he also brought a bunch of money to the state in assessments. He was a hard worker, worked like a dog. Nobody could ask for a better officer.
The mayor told me he took care of Officer Wright before the shooting, taking him food on duty and once loaned him money. Wright says it's the treatment he got after the shooting that caused him to go public. The mayor also denied those ticket quota allegations. Are you running a ticket quota system in this town?
No, sir.
You've never had a conversation with your former chief, with any officer you've hired,
No, sir.
that you require 10 a day minimum tickets in this town?
No, what we discussed was if they wrote 10 tickets a day, it pretty well covered the pay for the salary and the gas. It's just a target to shoot for, try to work the road to get 10, but you can't have a quota on anything and like that. It's just a general statement that, get out there and work or whatever, but most of these officers are writing more than 10 a day, but nobody's ever been written up or run off if they don't do 10 a day. I mean, we got officers that are writing 2 a day, but they're doing a good job of riding around.
So are you saying if Jarrell Wright says that he was told by sitting in when he got hired with Mike Irvin and you present in the office that we require 10 a day minimum, that was never said?
Again, he was hired a couple of years ago. I've never told Jarrell he had to write 10 a day. Some days he wrote 30 or 40, but I used to talk to Jarrell, and like Jarrell told me, he loved it. There again, I stand on, there's no quota. Robbie Lyles, he's over the police department. We have no quota.
They're doing everything they do to stop terrible things from happening in this town. We know we catch flack by outsiders, and I just like to say I don't care what they think. And he knows it. If the people of McBee are safe, I could care less.
Robbie Lyles is a McBee town councilman. Once inside the council meeting, the mayor continued arguing against the quota allegation.
But again, for the record, Chief, do we have a quota that they get to do 10 a day?
Like 25 cents? No, sir.
McBee Police Chief Timmy Knight went on and laid out what sounded a lot like issuing an expectation of a certain number of tickets within a predetermined amount of time.
Discussion is, if you do 10 tickets a day, we pretty well break even. But there again,
you work 12 hours. Is it too much to ask for a ticket an hour?
There's no quota, and there's no cash cow. So there again, I'm kind of standing on what Robbie says. And the people of McBee are happy. I was elected by the people of McBee. Y'all were elected by the people of McBee, and we're going to do what they want. Outside people can come in here with their opinions, but we represent McBee, so I'll leave it at that.
Why were you so interested in the daily real-time numbers of these officers?
Because McBee is essentially a business, and we have to pay so much in state assessments that, you just have to keep up with what's coming and what's going. I do the same thing with the water system. I do the same thing with the tax system. I mean, it's like running a business. I mean, you got to know what's going on.
So how much did you remit to the state last year, the town of McBee?
I can't tell you the figures right off, but...
What was the figure you gave at the mayor's meeting last month? Over $1 million?
And,
that sound right?
What in a year? 17 months.
17 months.
Yeah.
In an 18-month period.
How much did the town retain out of that?
If they got $1 million, then we probably got somewhere in the neighborhood of 300,000 over 18 months. But there again, that went to pay the officers and pay for the benefits, and state benefits and all pretty expensive now, retirement, and of course we have automobiles to pay for, and and maintenance and that type thing.
The mayor says Jarrell Wright's claims he was thrown away aren't true. And if Jarrell Wright says that when he became useless to you all as a town and he didn't get back to work in the 2-week window or whenever you thought he should have come back, that he felt like he was thrown away like trash, what would you say to that?
I never had an opinion on when he needed to come back. My personal opinion, if I was shot at 60 times and hit 4 times, I wouldn't have wanted to come back. And no, he was never thrown away. He was paid a weekly check and an extra day money on top of state workers' compensation, and the town wrote him a check for how much money?
$5,000.
$5,000, just to kind of make sure he was able to not have any worries. We help people get up money for him, food for him, whatever. No, we never threw him away.
Jarrell could write those 5 tickets in 30 minutes. We got to get him back out on the road. Wow.
In the meeting, it was less than a week after he was shot when you all voted to give him that $5,000. You also made a comment in that meeting. You said Jarrell Wright could do that in 30 minutes, and that's why you need him back here.
Well, that's just hyperbole and joking.
Wright says although Chief Timmy Knight and the mayor stopped talking to him following the shooting, Lieutenant Block did stay in touch. One of those Block visits, Wright says, came with a warning from the mayor. At the time of that visit, Wright wasn't medically cleared for duty. Did Lieutenant Block give you an indication that, listen, you either get back to work or your time may be running out?
His words were, Glenn wants to know by the end of the day 5 o'clock, if you're planning to come back to the department whenever you're cleared. If not, he's probably going to terminate you.
Do you believe that you could get back behind the wheel of a police car and make a traffic stop at this point?
At this point, no, I do not.
In January, we went with Wright to his psychologist's office for an evaluation to find out if he was cleared to get back to work. What was the news?
Well, it wasn't good. Not cleared.
What's your biggest fear about having to deliver this news to McBee?
Of course, losing my job, losing my insurance. That's the biggest fear. As I mentioned earlier, I've already been threatened with termination if I did not agree to come back to the department when and if I was cleared.
No income and no insurance coverage.
No income, no insurance, shot on the job, thrown away like trash.
Yeah, I think at least in his case, it was the constant daily contact with you, the multiple times a day of text messages, asking where he was on ticket counts, the constant driving. 30 wasn't good enough, 40 wasn't either, 50. And then I think, at least from what I've been told, the comment of cash cow was maybe a step too far, that this man felt like a tool for this town. And
Well, there again, I'm sorry for what he feels like and how he interpreted things.
But cash cow, you don't remember saying that?
No, I don't.
Well, Jody, we appreciate you coming. We do have a duty at the 6 o'clock meeting.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you're the mayor. You tell me when.
There again, I'll be glad to provide you the checks that we paid him. We didn't just throw him out or whatever.
Okay. Wright admits he and the mayor were close, but that ended when he says he couldn't write those tickets any longer.
I mean, I was all for him.
Did you ever have a conversation of, man, are you ready? 60 plus times shot out, are you mentally ready? Did you ever have that conversation to try to understand and maybe step back for a minute and say, man, how would I feel if I were him?
Well, there again, you know, y'all want to judge me for this, that, or the other. You go ahead and publish whatever you want. Ask anybody in town. I was good to Jarrell. I looked after him like he was my youngin'. I'd go out to eat. He was on first or second shift. I'd bring him a plate every time. Whatever I did, whatever, I was good to him, and I stand by that.
Thank you. If you had a chance to sit down in here today with Glenn Odom, face to face, what would you tell him?
I would not. There was a time when I wanted to talk with him, when I felt I needed to, but now, from the bottom of my heart, I have no desire to talk to Glenn Odom. I didn't fall down and skin my knee. I didn't fall out of a car and, break a few toes. I was shot, and you can't check on me. When you finally start messaging me after you find out you're not getting sued, not once do you ask how I'm doing. You don't know what I got going on mentally, and you could be ready to throw a loose cannon back out on the streets with a gun. That's all they care about, the damn tickets. Everyone needs to know the truth, and this here will let everyone know the truth. I'm about to turn to my equipment. This is their taser. Their handcuffs are in here. Yep. The vest, my ID, and the keys to the town hall / police department. So this is what they are about to get. And hopefully this will be my last trip inside this department.
Going to resign.
Going to resign on January 28th, 29th, whatever the day is.
Jarrell Wright walked into McBee Town Hall on January 29th. Turned in all his equipment. When he walked out, he had officially ended his tenure in McBee and likely walked away from his law enforcement career. Well, we still don't know why Alston Modlin tried to kill Jarrell Wright on that traffic stop, but we might be a little closer to finding that out. The South Carolina Law Enforcement Division has closed its investigation into the McBee end of the shooting. SLED tells me agents had an attempted murder warrant on Alston Modlin, but of course that prosecution ended when Modlin died in that Lee County cornfield. Jarrell Wright will not face any charges in the McBee shooting. Now, as far as the Lee County end of this, the Lee County Sheriff's deputy and the South Carolina game warden involved in the shootout with Modlin were both cleared in that investigation. The official autopsy report shows Modlin died by suicide. And not long after our interview with Jarrell Wright, he found a job in private security. Now, 15 months after the ambush, Jarrell says he is considering returning to law enforcement. But if he does, he told me he'll never work for anyone currently involved in the administration in McBee ever again. Thank you for watching Officer Down, a Queen City News investigation.
We're tracking a couple of isolated strong storms and some sizzling heat across the Carolinas to wrap up the week. I've got the latest with my pinpoint forecast.
And a dangerous way to dodge traffic proves deadly in Huntersville. The concerns from local drivers about others skipping barriers into the express lanes. And the Carolina Hurricanes are back on the ice tonight. The preparations for Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Final with a check on the Canes goalie situation. Good evening to you. I'm Morgan Francis. Queen City News at 5 starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
And we begin with a live look across the Charlotte area. No matter where you are, you've probably noticed it is hot, and it's going to get even hotter over the next several days. A heat advisory is in effect, already being issued due to the increased temperatures and humidity. Meteorologist Andrew Brightman is in the Pinpoint Weather Center tonight. Andrew, there's also a severe thunderstorm warning you're tracking.
Yeah, that's right. A couple of isolated strong storms out there, Morgan, but one of the bigger stories here is how hot it has been across the Carolinas and how hot it's going to continue to be here across the region as we make our way into your weekend. Hottest temperatures of the year so far, the humidity staying high, and a couple of isolated showers and storms mixed in as well. Unofficially today, the high was 93. We are going to be hotter than that tomorrow. The low this morning was 74 degrees here across the region. Still currently very toasty, 93 degrees, winds out of the south-southwest about 8 to 10 miles an hour, but we are watching, as Morgan was saying, one strong storm here. We do have some isolated severe weather right now just to the north of Charlotte currently, and then also as we switching over to pinpoint radar here, notice that strong storm up near portions of Iredell County that's continuing here, but looks like it's going to be discontinued down to a special weather statement here in about the next few minutes or so. But keep an eye, a couple of these popcorn showers and storms developing here at the heating of the day across the Carolinas. And that's really going to be the story over the next few days here across the region. Zooming out a little bit farther, no real weather maker moving through, just a couple of these isolated strong storms pushing through the Carolinas. I've got more on your weekend forecast coming up in just a few minutes. Morgan?
What some drivers are doing to skip traffic on I-77 is not just breaking the law, it's also extremely dangerous. Yesterday, troopers say a motorcyclist skipping across the barrier into the express lanes caused a deadly crash in Huntersville. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone tells us just how often this is happening in the Lake Norman area.
When traffic starts to back up on I-77 in Huntersville, that's typically when more people choose to take the express lanes.
I think people just need to relax and just chill out. It's gonna be fine. You're gonna get there.
Kay Jones is one of several drivers we spoke with who has seen people drive over the dividers to get around traffic in a backup.
It's definitely not safe, but it's definitely become more of a usual thing that you see.
Jesus Espinoza says he witnessed a crash recently when someone drove illegally into the toll lanes.
I was in front of a couple cars in front of him, and I just kind of saw through my rearview mirror, and I just saw like he just went, and I saw a bunch of parts flying around, and I heard the impact.
State Highway Patrol says this is what also happened Wednesday during the evening commute when a motorcyclist crossed into an unauthorized part of the express lanes near Gilead Road. 36-year-old Taiwan Jordan was killed by a car that was already driving express.
You shouldn't do it, but cars do go pretty fast on the express lane, so it can lead to a pretty bad crash.
Dividers like these, they may be super flexible, but they're actually here for a reason. They're meant to keep drivers safe, and that's why you should only enter and exit the express lanes at designated areas.
When other people see that, then they're gonna be like, oh, it's not even damaging to my car. I can go too. And then you got 3 more people following that person.
NCDOT says these delineators are meant to be flexible to allow emergency vehicles to enter and exit as needed. We've asked State Highway Patrol for data on crashes due to drivers crossing illegally and will provide it when it becomes available. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
A police chief in Catawba County is no longer on trial for charges accusing him of tampering with evidence in a decades-old cold case. A judge today dismissed the case against Willie Armstrong. The Brookford police chief was accused of destroying or changing an audio recording in a 1992 murder case. Armstrong filed a motion to dismiss the charges last September, arguing the state lacked sufficient evidence to proceed to trial. But the case did go to trial this week, and after the state rested its case, the judge granted the defense's motion to dismiss due to a lack of evidence. More than 100 people are applying to be Charlotte's next mayor. City council members are tasked with making a selection as Vi Lyles plans to step down from the role at the end of the month. As chief political correspondent Andy Weber reports, there are already some names emerging as top candidates.
There's a whole lot of people interested.
There is a long list of people in Charlotte who say they want to be the Queen City's next mayor. 114 residents have applied to serve out the remainder of Vi Lyles' term, set to expire in 2027. Former council member Tark Bakari says to him top contenders include Mayor Pro Tem James Mitchell, State Senator Caleb Diedros, and former council member Harold Cogdell.
It's hard to imagine which one of them could actually get 6 votes and get this done. So there's a number of days and even weeks left before this decision has to be made, but it's going to be get your popcorn eating time.
One thing that could tip the scale towards a single candidate, an endorsement from the influential Black Political Caucus.
I think right now it means an awful lot because we are right on the heels of having finished the I-77 toll lane massacre. That was really an initiative that the most credit, I think, goes to the Black Political Caucus.
Bakari says council members, many of whom are considering their own run for the office in 2027, will expect a promise from applicants that they won't try to capitalize on being an incumbent and run when the current term is up.
I can't fathom that anyone is going to be selected that does not make that commitment. The real question is, can 6 council members believe you? Do they believe you're actually not going to run? Because we have had multiple circumstances in the last decade plus where people have made that promise and not followed through with it.
Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Gaston County school officials are holding a public hearing tonight about the potential closure of WB Beam Intermediate School in Cherryville. The proposed plans would send students and employees to either Cherryville Elementary School or John Chavis Middle School. About 200 4th and 5th graders would be impacted. The proposal comes as district leaders are looking for ways to cut costs after county leaders cut their funding request by $25 million. The public hearing is at the Gaston College Myers Center from 6 to 8. We'll hear from neighbors at the meeting tonight on Queen City News after the soccer match. A boil water advisory will remain in effect in Mount Holly through this evening. A water main break yesterday afternoon prompted the advisory to go into place. Crews are currently testing the water system to ensure it's safe to use. The affected area is right there on your screen, and city officials say the advisory will remain in place until at least 7:30. All right, let's talk sports. Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Final is tonight. The series is back in the Tar Heel State. Our Mike Lissette joins us now. Mike, the Lenovo Center it's going to be loud tonight. I mean, it's a tied series and everything's on the line.
Yeah, if you're going, maybe bring the earplugs a little bit. But if you like that noise, you're in for it. And what a series it has been. Even though the Canes are coming off a victory in Game 4, it's hard to give them the edge for tonight, even though they're playing at home. Vegas has won at Carolina before, and they'll look to do so again this evening. Now, the major question for Carolina is still who is going to be in goal. Head coach Rod Brind'Amour would not tip his hand when asked whether it be Brandon Bussi or Frederik Andersen. All he would say is that everybody is available. They'd ask him a different way, and all he would say is that everybody is available. After sitting out the entire playoffs, Bussi came in and helped the team to a win last time out. That at least definitely earned the respect of his head coach.
Obviously, there's a guy that was given an opportunity, and then, everyone always talks about opportunity. You got to do something with it, and he's done nothing but earn every start that he's had.
No doubt about that. Now, for what it is worth, Brind'Amour said Andersen skated with the main group ahead of tonight's game and not Bussi. That's something to keep in mind. Of course, we will know officially when they get going in Raleigh around 8 o'clock. Morgan?
I mean, you always have to keep them guessing, right?
Yeah, that's right.
All right, thanks. Mandatory minicamp is over for the Carolina Panthers. Team officials today called off their final day of practice. During the 2 practices that did happen this week, Offensive Rookie of the Year Teteroa McMillan got back on the field after a foot injury. There's also been some movement on defense, like cornerback J.C. Horn getting reps at nickel on top of his normal position on the outside. Training camp starts late next month. Andrew?
Coming up after the break, I'm talking more about coming up with these isolated showers and storms here across the Carolinas, plus what's ahead for a scorching weekend. I've got the latest on Pinpoint Forecast next.
The heat is rising in the Carolinas, and so is the cost of cooling. The crunch homeowners could find themselves in this summer if the AC goes out. And the FIFA World Cup is on. A look at the U.S. men's national team's final practice ahead of its first match tomorrow night. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte.
As dangerous heat arrives in the Carolinas, a lot of people will be kicking their HVAC units into full gear, but it remains quite pricey if that system needs to be replaced, which can cost homeowners tens of thousands of dollars. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell has the crunch some might find themselves in as they already navigate inflation and the cost of so many other things still going up.
The heat wave has arrived in the Queen City, and the experts from Morris Jenkins HVAC and Plumbing are already getting calls.
Families in the house, it's 97 degrees outside. That's when they're running full gear. That's when they're going to break down on you.
HVAC systems breaking down at the worst possible time is why the company continues to push people to get preventative maintenance at least twice a year.
You want to get those coils cleaned. You want to get the dirt out, make sure they can breathe. You want to get your drain lines flush. You want to make sure those filters are clean, those blowers are clean.
A broken HVAC system for an average-sized home will typically cost you somewhere between $10,000 to $15,000 to replace. But without a healthy emergency savings, where is the wiggle room for these unexpected costs when so many families are already dealing with record inflation and rising energy bills?
That's often what brings people into crisis assistance ministry. It's just life happens.
Charlotte's Crisis Assistance Ministry offers year-round utility assistance to those feeling that crunch right now.
From last January to May compared to this January to May, utility past due bills that people are showing up with have increased 22%.
But the group relies on both public and private funds, which means even those dollars geared to help are limited.
We serve about 125 customers a day throughout the organization. The reality is that we also have to turn people away every single day, and that is simply due to the capacity that we have to see people and serve people.
Gas is up, groceries are up, things are happening, and the air conditioner is one of those things you don't think about until it breaks.
In Charlotte, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
Parents in Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools are calling for district leaders to limit children's screen time in schools. Some are even asking the school board for an audit of how much time is spent using technology each day. Others are also calling for a ban of the iReady program. It's an online platform used from kindergarten through 8th grade to test math and reading skills. District leaders estimate students use it for about 90 minutes a week. Several parents are pleading with school board members to rethink policies regarding technology use in the classroom.
We are stacking screen exposure on top of screen exposure and calling it learning.
We all know the negative impacts of technology on mental health, attention, and brain development, and these are well researched. Kids learn and test better off screens.
District officials tell us iReady is not the district's core curriculum, and it's a tool to monitor and support growth. In a statement, they say technology is just one tool for students, and the majority of the school day involves teacher-led instruction. The FIFA World Cup, it's arrived, and you can watch the matches right here on Queen City News. That includes the U.S. men's national team taking on Paraguay tomorrow night. Our Troy Hirsch joins us live in Los Angeles. All right, so Troy, how's the team preparing for this tournament? What are they doing?
Well, they just finished up their last training session just a couple of hours ago before going into that stadium right over there, Los Angeles Stadium, for their first match against Paraguay tomorrow. And while the World Cup is just a day away, this process has gone on for nearly 2 years. The U.S. hired head coach Mauricio Pochettino 21 months ago, and he has coached 25 matches since. 14 of those matches were victories. They've had ups like their last 2 matches against Senegal and Germany, and they've had downs like their previous 2 matches before that against Belgium and Portugal. Through it all, though, they were learning a new system and also learning to play with each other since they all play on different club teams all around the world. But team captain Tim Ream says heading into the first match, they're right where they want to be.
Yeah, I think we're there. You know, obviously there's always mistakes that happen in games. There's always, you know, breakdowns, but I think for the most part, everybody feels very good mentally and physically, and that's right where you want to be. You know, the tournament is in some ways a sprint, and in some ways it's not, and you have to be, you know, you have to be ready for you know, the very first game, and we've put in a lot of work over the last 2 weeks to do that.
We 100% know exactly what we need to do, and you know, the best thing about him is he gives us the freedom to be able to adapt in the game. You know, there's not going to be something that you're going to be able to turn around and say, Coach, what do I need to do? It's like you need to have the instinct to know what to do, and he gives us that flexibility. So I think guys feel free in that.
As Adams kind of referenced there, Coach Pochettino has put in an attacking, aggressive style that is created to create scoring chances. And that's exactly what they did against both Germany and Senegal in their previous 2 matches. And just to give you a little perspective on our vantage point, we're actually standing on a deck of the Intuit Dome, home of the LA Clippers. That's why you see these red beams behind me, and that's why Los Angeles Stadium is right off there in the distance. So a lot of things right around this area that fans are going to be congregating to tomorrow when the U.S. takes on Paraguay. Live in Los Angeles with the U.S. soccer team, I'm Troy Hirsch.
Troy, it looks like you have the perfect vantage point. Thanks so much. We appreciate it. All right, for those at home, pull out your cell phone right now. Fans can watch the World Cup right here on Queen City News, but that means matches will be happening instead of our newscast. So if you scan this QR code on your screen, that will keep you up to date with the World Cup schedule and when we'll be live on air. This QR code will take you to a story with the details on our website. That's at qcnews.com. And in the last 15 minutes, CSL is switching it up to make sure fans are up to date with all things World Cup related. Tune into our first episode of CSL Extra Time ahead at 5:30. It's going to be a fun show. All right, taking a live look now over Freedom Boat Club on Lake Norman in Cornelius. Hitting the water would be a good idea this weekend with 90-degree temperatures taking over the Carolinas. It's going to be pretty humid out there. Here's meteorologist Andrew Brightman. Andrew, you were talking how you just went out to the range earlier this morning. It was just like dripping before you got even a couple swings in.
It was probably one of my sweatiest practice rounds. Again, I only hit about 90 balls. I don't want to get too much into my golf game here, but it is extraordinarily.
Well, that's more than you shoot, so
yeah,
you don't need to hit more than 90.
Hopefully, Morgan. But it's been so humid out there. It's not just the heat, but the humidity. We got temperatures in the low to mid 90s, but we have dew points right around the 70-degree mark. That's when it truly starts to feel tropical out there. There's no place really to escape when the mugginess is that high. You don't even feel that much more comfortable being in the shade versus out in the heat. The higher and higher the humidity gets, the less and less relief that you get from being in the shade. If you go out to some of the more arid climates out in the west here, you can really notice the difference between being out in the sun versus in the shade, and that all comes down to humidity. 93 degrees right now, winds out of the south-southwest about 8 miles an hour, dew points in the upper 60s to around 70. Anything over 70, it feels like you're in a tropical rainforest, and I mean that in the worst possible way. Boone camera up across the mountains. You have a little bit of cloud cover, but otherwise you are in good shape. Feels like temperatures right now. It is brutal in Sherrod. Feels like 104 currently. Feels like 100 in Lincoln to 99 here in the QC. This is where you want to be, up in the mountains. Only feels like 82, 83 in Boone and Jefferson respectively. Tomorrow, going to be even hotter. It's why we have the heat advisories in effect tomorrow, and why we're going to see forecast highs 97. Could get close to the record of 98. It's going to be a close call here, but not going to be a huge difference between 1 degree here. It's going to be very, very hot tomorrow. Pinpoint radar right now across the Carolinas. Watching a couple of sprinkles here up to the west of Salisbury, but otherwise here mainly dry conditions right now across the region. Zooming out, going wide here, seeing a couple of those showers and storms developing across the Carolinas, but otherwise, next frontal boundary still well off to our west, and really not going to be seeing any changes with our weather until early next week in terms of any type of drop in our temperatures here. Across the southeast, everyone's sweating here this afternoon, heading into the early evening hours. Lots of low to mid 90s. The muggy meter tomorrow, not going to be a huge difference, maybe a little bit lower here as we go into the weekend, but it's still going to be feeling pretty sticky out there all throughout the next 3 to 5 days. Futurecast, as we go through the overnight hours, we're clear here, but it's already warm as you're waking up tomorrow. Temperatures in the mid to upper 70s, partly cloudy skies. Heading into the afternoon, maybe a couple more showers and storms popping up here across the region, more of a nuisance than any kind of major impacts. Though you do see a line of showers and storms here. Might see a couple of isolated strong storms out there as we get to your Friday night. And as we go through the overnight hours heading into your Saturday, we dry out. We do it all over again here across the region with a dry weather, humid weather here across the Carolinas during the morning, then heading into the afternoon. Temperatures pushing right back up into the low to mid 90s. A couple isolated showers and storms developing as well as we head throughout the afternoon into the evening hours. And guess what? Not going to be dramatically different here as we go throughout your Sunday with those highs again pushing up towards the low to mid 90s. Maybe a couple more showers and storms out there, but the heat is still going to be taking center stage in terms of the major weather story out there. But at least over the next 7 days, we'll see a couple of these scattered showers and storms start to add up a little bit here, expecting about 3/4 minutes to an inch of rain. But bulk of this wet weather probably going to come as we get to early next week. As for the overnight hours, temperatures not cooling off all that much. You can't cool down when the dew point's already around the 70-degree mark here. Low 73 in Charlotte, 75 in Sherrod, upper 60s here as we head on up into the mountains. Park forecast tomorrow, boy, is it going to be toasty with temperatures getting up into the middle 90s here just past lunchtime, and maybe even a little bit hotter than that by the time it's all said and done. 97, this is the air temperature, not the humidity, what it will feel like. It will actually be 100 for the high tomorrow in Chirraw. Lower 80s, that's where you want to be. Escape to the mountains here. Pinpoint 7-day forecast. Watch a couple of those scattered showers and storms on the way as we get to your Tuesday of next week here with the frontal boundary. Yeah, look at those temperatures getting all the way down to 84. Morgan?
All right, Andrew, thank you. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. You're looking live at the Pocono Raceway this weekend in the mountains of Pennsylvania. Racing at the Tricky Triangle kicks off tomorrow, leading up to the Great American Getaway 400 on Sunday. And our Around the Track team is getting you ready for race weekend. They're talking with Cup Series driver Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and America's crew chief Larry McReynolds. Catch our newest episode tomorrow on Queen City News Plus app at 7 and Sunday at noon right here on Queen City News. Thanks so much for watching. CSL Extra Time is next, followed by Queen City News at 6. See ya.
I just think they don't understand what...
We're coming for you.
Mr. Wilson, why do you refuse to talk to us about your child predator investigations?
They're looking at, and they don't go deep enough, and they basically arrest off of a hunt. I call it the indict, then investigate.
Yeah, that happens. That happens a lot. You have cases where you find something out 6 months in, uh-oh, we should never have arrested this person. We can't prove this case. What do you do?
We're here to say enough. If you're going to try to exploit children.
I've quadrupled the size of the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force, which has resulted in thousands of prosecutions of predators online who are exploiting children. Child porn market is real on the internet, and we want to attack that.
We're here to say enough. Whatever you're doing to try to circumvent or get away from the long arm of the law, it's going to end soon.
Recording. And this is Staff Sergeant Snyder. I'm with Beaufort County Sheriff's Office. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. We're here today serving a search warrant in reference to the downloading of child pornography from this location. The Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force from the South Carolina Attorney General's Office conducted a peer-to-peer investigation beginning last October.
Okay.
In October and in December, there were multiple files of child pornography that were downloaded from this location.
As Beaufort County Sheriff's investigators dug through James Corbin's home, seizing computers, hard drives, anything that could hold a digital file.
If you don't mind, just come over here. So I know I introduced myself earlier, but I'm Peter Solomon at NCIS. Here too. Sam Walter with NCIS.
A pair of Naval Criminal Investigative Service agents pulled him off his job at a Marine Corps base in Cherry Point, North Carolina.
So one of the things is obviously you're not under arrest. You're free to leave at any time. So if you don't want to speak with us, that's fine. You can just walk out. I don't know a ton about it. They basically just told me, hey, there was like some allegation involving child pornography. You know, me, I just kind of looked you up really quick and was like, oh, who's this guy? Doesn't seem like something you do based on what I've seen. So
yeah, you know what I know. They came into my house and took my computer.
Yeah, so all I want to do is kind of make sure, see if we can't sort it out and go from there.
Corbin is a computer engineer for a Defense Department contractor.
And what type of security clearance do you have?
Secret.
Secret.
Corbin was also the Beaufort High School girls golf coach. He was slowly learning he was about to be publicly accused of being an online child predator.
Did they tell your wife anything at all?
No, they said they have a search warrant. They were looking for 3, my wife says 3 files or something that were allegedly downloaded off of one of our computers. Because our IP address showed up.
Corbin gave agents his phone and tablet.
I make this decision freely and voluntarily, and it is made with no threats having been made or promises extended to me. So here's the back of my tower.
The details of what law enforcement claimed they found downloaded to Corbin's home IP address were graphic and horrific. In the second interview with a pair of NCIS agents the day after the raid.
But I'm going to read you something here, okay? This is a video file that shows a male and a female that both appear to be around the age of 13.
We're going to stop here for now. We'll come back to James Corbin's case in a few minutes. I discovered Corbin's case while digging through years of AG prosecutions. In February 2025, I filed our first Freedom of Information Act request in this investigation, asking the AG's office for years of prosecution records. In May 2025, the AG's office sent me this letter. The office has access to court administration's case management system for general sessions and sometimes runs reports from that system. A report containing all the General Sessions cases currently pending and assigned to the office was run on May 22nd, 2025. A copy of that report is attached. In November 2025, I then asked the AG's office for records of all disposed cases, but in January 2026, the AG's office refused to give us that information and told me if we wanted that information, I could go to all of the state's 46 clerk's offices and dig through thousands of closed AG cases myself. To attempt to pull records that would reveal all of this information from all of our prosecution files from 2020 to present would be a nearly impossible undertaking that would shut down the work of the prosecution sections of the AG's office. If that remains your request, the office may be required to file an action, which would allow the office to request a hearing with the circuit court to seek relief from unduly burdensome, overly broad, or otherwise improper requests. Sincerely yours, Office of the South Carolina Attorney General. So the AG's office is threatening to sue us if we keep pushing them to show us who they prosecuted and the outcome of those prosecutions. I guess we'll have to do this the hard way. So the quickest way to figure out which cases the Attorney General prosecuted is to go to his website. And here we look through every press release, hundreds of press releases for his arrests and prosecutions from 2020 to 2025. I then found the person's name in the online court system, and then I took what I found here and built a spreadsheet, logging the defendant's name, county, each charge filed, whether they were prior sex offenders, and the outcome of each case. This research took months, and now 5,600 lines of data later, we now have some of the stats the AG's office tried to keep from us. The bulk of the 5,600 charges filed between 2020 and 2025 are classified as computer crimes, sexual exploitation first degree, second degree, and third degree, which are creation of, transmitting, and possession of child pornography. Those carry max sentences of 10 to 20 years in prison for each count. Of the 5,600 charges filed, 93% were computer crimes, not hands-on child predator crimes. The AG charged 738 defendants, 367 defendants, half of all charged, negotiated plea deals with the AG's office. The other half are either in a pending status or the AG dismissed those cases. When you dig into those dispositions, 80% of the charges filed were dismissed in plea deals. When someone does plead guilty, and more than half of those charged did, most of the time they either end up with time-served sentences of less than a year in jail or no jail time at all. In nearly every plea case, a defendant faces multiple charges, but the AG agrees to plea a single count or just a few, and the AG's office dismisses the rest. For example,
a Mount Pleasant man faces charges accused of sexually exploiting minors.
The AG's office charged Derek Hugh McConnell with 10 counts of sexual exploitation of a minor in 2020. He faced 100 years in prison, but a plea agreement allowed him to plead guilty to 2 counts, and the AG's office dismissed the other 8 charges. He was sentenced to 1 day in jail and placed on the sex offender registry. In 2023, Ryan Lee Juranic faced 60 years in prison on 6 counts of trying to solicit sex from a person he believed to be a minor. In his plea agreement, the AG's office dropped every charge. In exchange, Juranic pleaded guilty to communicating obscene messages, a non-sex offender registry charge that carries 3 years. He was sentenced to 3 years in prison, suspended to the 1 day he spent in jail, and ordered to serve 3 years probation. In case after case, the AG's office published press releases accusing people of multiple charges, threatening decades in prison, then dismissed almost all counts in plea deals inside courtrooms all across the state. Well, why is this happening? If you read these press releases, it sounds like child predators are facing decades, sometimes lifetimes in prison. Well, there is one man who could answer that. That is South Carolina Attorney General Alan Wilson. We asked the AG to sit with us for an interview to explain these stats, but he refused. An interview with Attorney General Wilson is not possible, his press secretary wrote in a May 4th email. Even though you've submitted a written request for an interview, your previous unprofessional behavior and biased reporting do not lead us to believe you will report the facts on any topic regarding the Attorney General or this office, whether you ambush him in hopes of an interview or a scheduled sit-down.
I was here to speak through the cameras to the people of South Carolina. Think about this, to everyone listening. If you were hiring someone to do a job and you ask them to come in and do an interview with you and they don't bother to show up, then do you hire that person?
The AG said that in April 2026, minutes after a gubernatorial debate where he criticized some of his opponents for not showing up to answer questions.
We're considered the governor's detail, but we're assigned to Alan Wilson, Attorney General. But if you guys don't mind, let me just get him out of the car. If y'all would just step in there first.
Oh, no. No, we'll stay out here on the sidewalk. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, though. We decided to take our questions to a campaign job interview the AG attended in Chesterfield. A SLED agent had a spot coned off for Wilson and another SLED agent assigned to drive him around. Here they are. Instead of stopping, Wilson and his SLED driver disappeared. He drove right past. Y'all don't consider us a security threat, do you? We're just exercising a First Amendment right to the freedom of the press, and I hope you guys wouldn't make that more difficult on us than necessary. Turns out those SLED agents did everything they could do to keep us from questioning the state's top prosecutor. 12 minutes later, Wilson and his SLED driver slipped up a side street behind the meet and greet, and Wilson wasted no time getting away from us as he bolted through a side door. Mr. Wilson, why do you refuse to talk to us about your child predator investigations? Coming up, can you blame the public for looking at these cases at the end and go, man, maybe the AG's office isn't as serious about putting these people away as they say they are?
I completely understand why the public thinks that.
They're just going to tie you up, destroy your life, and then quietly dismiss it on the other side, and you're left to pick up all the pieces.
And Mr. Wilson, why do you refuse to talk to us about your child predator investigations? No one told us we couldn't come inside Attorney General Alan Wilson's Chesterfield County meet and greet, so we tried the front door. Hey. No? Wow. Well, this is the Wilson meet and greet in Chesterfield, and this is his campaign staffer, and this is another lady who I do not know. And they have blocked the door. Guess this is where this ends. Our analysis of the AG's office's publicized child predator prosecutions revealed cases where the AG's office scored heavy sentences in some of those press release cases from 2020 to September 2025. Less than half of the defendants who pled guilty did get jail time of more than a year. But unless it's a hands-on child sex assault, few are sentenced anywhere near the max. Only the most egregious cases, 33 times to be exact, did a defendant get at least a 10-year prison sentence, which is the max sentence for the lowest level of internet predator crimes. For example, the AG charged Edward Leroy Allen with 49 counts back in 2020. In a plea deal with the AG's office, Allen agreed to plead guilty to 2 counts of sharing and possessing child porn, and 2 counts of the 11 charges of having sex with a minor younger than 16 years old. In exchange for his 4-charge plea, the AG's office dropped all of the 45 remaining charges, helping avoid the 780-year max sentence he originally faced. Allen was sentenced to 20 years, but he'll have to serve only 12 years, where he'll then be released from prison on probation. In Greenville County, the AG charged Brittany Shepard Campbell with 9 counts, including criminal sexual conduct with a baby and 8 counts of first-degree child exploitation. She faced a max of life in prison, but she pled to 1 count of sexual abuse, and the AG dropped the remaining 8 charges, and she got a 35-year sentence. Can you blame the public for looking at these cases at the end and go, man, maybe the AG's office isn't as serious about putting these people away as they say they are?
I completely understand why the public thinks that. I understand why certain politicians think that. I understand, actually, honestly, I would probably think that if I wasn't living in this world every day, right? But to answer your question, no, I don't think the public's being unreasonable. How could you draw any other conclusion?
Ali Benevento is a Columbia attorney who spent nearly 2 decades representing clients charged by the AG's office in these types of cases. Do you think that some of the publicity around all of these press releases, these press conferences, that some of this is just public relations?
Sure, of course.
Do you think that politicians in this state have set an unrealistic expectation in the public's mind by saying, we're going after each of these monsters, we're going to throw the book at them, and we're going to put them under the jail, and they'll never be heard from again?
100%. Absolutely, they're setting unrealistic expectations.
In those plea deals, Benevento says that's an essential part of moving these cases through the justice system. When you talk about resolving cases with plea deal after plea deal after plea deal, rarely have a trial, is this good justice?
To that question, I would ask, and I'm not trying to be cute, what happens at a plea? What does a person stand up and say? They say, I'm guilty, Your Honor. I accept responsibility. They're accepting responsibility. They're saying they're guilty. And I know I'm hearing you say they walk away with probation. Whew, all right, I'm going to take a breath. Anytime somebody gets a probationary sentence in South Carolina, it is accompanied by a term of imprisonment. What that means is that if you screw up while you are on probation, you serve 10 years in prison, the maximum possible penalty. Probation, that's a whole nother topic. That is not a cakewalk. Sex offender probation in South Carolina, I mean, if you gave me the choice, I would lay down and I would go to prison before I went on sex offender probation. And that's a pretty popular opinion across the board. Do you want to be on SOP or would you rather go to prison? Pick the prison.
Another stat our research makes clear, the AG's predator prosecutions is a plea-driven system where trials are rare. When the AG takes cases to trial, and we found 6 trials since 2020, offenders do get serious jail time, like Kenny Swaney in Anderson County, who took his 4 counts of exploitation to trial in August 2024. The jury found him guilty on all counts, and the judge hit him with a 20-year sentence.
We got Attorney General Wilson in the room, so we're going to move to Senate Bill 723.
Alan Wilson went to the state legislature in February asking for tougher mandatory minimums for repeat offenders.
I can't tell you the percentage it is, but it is a large percentage of people that we're dealing with over and over and over and over.
But the AG's published predator cases show in the past 5 years, only 68 of the 738 defendants, or 10%, were on the sex offender registry when charged, meaning 90% of the AG's cases were not registered sex offenders.
Sometimes because of the technicalities of these cases can be very difficult to prove in court because I can prove that your IP address was used to download porn, but I have to prove that it was actually you using your IP address. You could have been out of the country and your neighbor could have been pirating off of you. So these cases are a lot more difficult and nuanced than people think, but when you have the ability, when you have someone that you know is trading in child sex abuse material and they don't want to face 5 years, but you can get them on a 3-year offense, that extra 2 years is a leverage tool that our prosecutors and law enforcement can use to hold these people accountable.
Benevento has a warning about laws like that.
To say that we need to start, being harder or not make no plea offers, mandatory minimums, what you are essentially doing in practicality is making it more difficult for prosecutors to work and move those cases.
There's actually a computer back there that they missed, and they missed that completely.
Here's the rest of the story of what happened to James William Corbin.
2 hard drives are right there on the corner of that desk. They were not touched.
Corbin and his attorney got the state's discovery evidence. He says he couldn't find any document in the case file showing the sheriff's office ever captured the router logs, identifying the device that downloaded those child porn files.
Totally was a hunch. They came to my door. I was guilty before my boys even opened that door that morning because they came in looking for my stuff. I call it the indict then investigate. When we're supposed to be investigated, then if the evidence shows, actually, then you bring the indictment. And I'm all for it.
There's no question that they were there. There's no question they were downloaded to it.
Despite what those NCIS agents told Corbin in this 2-day interrogation, he would later disprove that.
Recording.
6 days later, James Corbin surrendered.
So it's 5 warrants. It's all sexual exploitation of a minor. Any questions? No, sir. All right. Handcuffs go in the front. In the front? Yep. That's good. I was worried about that because you'll read about it in the papers and work with people.
If convicted, James Corbin faced 50 years in prison. He lost his golf coaching job that day, and the defense contractor later fired him over the allegations. The sheriff blasted his mugshot to the world, labeling him a child predator.
What exactly did law enforcement accuse you of?
Downloading and viewing child pornography and actually disseminating it, which I never have. I don't know how it happened. I just know for a fact, and they know for a fact, that it wasn't on my computer.
6 months after the raid, the AG's office finished its forensic analysis of Corbin's devices. The AG's report identified 6 files of interest on 1 hard drive and not a single file on any other device seized. Corbin spent 2 years on bond awaiting trial. He spent $30,000 in legal fees and experts.
I just think they don't understand what they're looking at, and they don't go deep enough, and they basically arrest off of a hunch. Maybe they've been watching too much TV.
Corbin says he knew then he'd have to prove his innocence. He hired a computer examiner to investigate the AG's digital evidence. The examiner obtained the AG's discovery packet and dug into those files. There is no forensic evidence demonstrating that Mr. Corbin ever possessed the 5 files on any of the devices. It is my professional opinion that the evidence does not support a credible conclusion that Mr. Corbin was ever in possession of the files underlying the charges in this case. On March 30th, 2026, the AG prosecutor dismissed every charge, citing insufficient evidence.
Do you believe that that report, that actual in-depth analysis that you had to pay for, was the reason these charges were dismissed?
Without a doubt. There is no doubt in my mind that is why.
Had you not had the financial means to fight like you did fight, do you think there may have been a different outcome?
Probably. Even my own lawyer was pressing me to accept a plea deal that wasn't a good deal.
In the 5 years of AG press releases we reviewed, we never found one instance of the office telling the public the full details of a plea deal or clearing someone's name in a case they could not prove. In fact, when I asked Wilson's press secretary about James Corbin's case, the AG still did not clear Corbin's name. Our office will not ignore evidence of child sexual abuse material, but we also cannot proceed with a case that we know we cannot prove beyond a reasonable doubt.
At the very least, they need to report the dismissal with the same urgency as they reported the arrest. The moment I was arrested, they sent it out on blast, and yet it's dismissed, and then nothing's. I'm not surprised. I mean, if you ask them, they'd still tell you I'm guilty.
With a gubernatorial primary less than 2 weeks away, some people might question the timing of this report, but the timing is all on Attorney General Alan Wilson. We started this investigation 15 months ago. Last November, I asked the AG's office for disposed cases, but the office delayed us, refusing to release any of its disposition records in March. Had we gotten the records we asked for 6 months ago, we would be nowhere near an election window now.
that one is up?
I just think early. That's not too early.
Yeah,
but it's
not too
in
late.
that first half. So hoping for that, and hopefully they keep building on that in that second half. So.
Well, I guess he's going to need a beer if he gets the 34th minute.
Yeah,
exactly
if he gets that one exactly, we'll
I'm gonna give
definitely
everybody a free beer.
Oh, you'll get everybody
I got
a beer.
everybody
We like
around.
that.
I think that's a big thing too. Just real quick, another big key for them to get it done tomorrow. U.S.
A big key?
Yeah.
Man, just feed off the energy, the passion. You're going to see some tears out there, but you got to find your feet. You got to get in the zone and get in your flow state. So I think that's really important for athletes, and hopefully they can do that tomorrow.
See if they can get it done. That's going to do it for CSL Extra Time. Up next is Queen City News at 6. We'll be right back here tomorrow at Middle James for more CSL Extra Time at noon. See you guys tomorrow.
A dangerous way to dodge traffic proves deadly in Huntersville. The concerns from local drivers about others skipping barriers into the express lanes. And the Carolina Hurricanes back on the ice tonight. Preparations for Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Final with a check-in on the Canes goalie situation.
And we saw a couple of scattered showers and storms across the Carolinas this evening, but the big story is more intense heat for your Friday. I've got the latest from my Pinpoint forecast.
Good evening, I'm Brian Blakely. Queen City News at 6 starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
We begin with a live look across the Charlotte area, and no matter where you are, it is hot, and it's going to get even hotter over the next several days. We got heat advisories that are already being issued due to this increase in temps and humidity. And boy, look at the one screen right there in the lower right. You can just see how thick that air is. And let's get right over to meteorologist Andrew Brightman in the Pinpoint Weather Center. Andrew, the temperatures, they feel like they're close to 100 degrees in some places.
Yeah, and some places could actually be getting to triple digits tomorrow here, Brian. It really has been an intense past couple of days here across the region. That is not going to be changing, at least right through your weekend forecast here across the Carolinas. Could see a couple of isolated afternoon showers and storms here, kind of going with the daytime heating here across the Carolinas, and the humidity is really not going to be dropping off all that much. Unofficially, the high today was 93 degrees, about 7 degrees above our average as we go through early June, about 86 or early to mid-June now, and low this morning was 74 degrees here. Currently, still right at that high temperature, and you can see the kind of the haze, the heat, the humidity. 93 with a dew point of 70. Just what that means is when you go in the shade, you're not really escaping the heat all that much. That humidity is still going to be keeping you sweating so much out there. And we do have some more heat advisories in effect as we go through tomorrow here across the Carolinas. Going to be tracking some feels like temperatures potentially in excess of 100 degrees. Pinpoint radar, a couple isolated sprinkles off to our east, but generally already starting to dry out as we go into the evening hours. I've got more in your forecast, Brian, coming up in just a few minutes.
Andrew, thank you. What some drivers are doing to skip traffic on I-77 is not just breaking the law, it's also extremely dangerous. Yesterday, troopers say a motorcyclist skipping across the barrier into the express lanes caused a deadly crash in Huntersville. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone tells us just how often this is happening in the Lake Norman area.
When traffic starts to back up on I-77 in Huntersville, that's typically when more people choose to take the express lanes.
I think people just need to relax and just chill out. It's gonna be fine. You're gonna get there.
Kay Jones is one of several drivers we spoke with who has seen people drive over the dividers to get around traffic in a backup.
It's definitely not safe, but it's definitely become more of a usual thing that you see.
Jesus Espinoza says he witnessed a crash recently when someone drove illegally into the toll lanes.
I was in front of a couple cars in front of him, and I just kind of saw it through my rearview mirror, and I just saw like he just went, and I saw a bunch of parts flying around, and I heard the impact.
State Highway Patrol says this is what also happened Wednesday during the evening commute when a motorcyclist crossed into an unauthorized part of the express lanes near Gilead Road. 36-year-old Taiwan Jordan was killed by a car that was already driving express.
You shouldn't do it, but cars do go pretty fast on the express lane, so it can lead to a pretty bad crash.
Dividers like these, they may be super flexible, but they're actually here for a reason. They're meant to keep drivers safe, and that's why you should only enter and exit the express lanes at designated areas.
When other people see that, then they're gonna be like, oh, it's not even damaging to my car. I can go too. And then you got 3 more people following that person.
NCDOT says these delineators are meant to be flexible to allow emergency vehicles to enter and exit as needed. We've asked State Highway Patrol for data on crashes due to drivers crossing illegally, and will provide it when it becomes available. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
A police chief in Catawba County is no longer on trial for charges accusing him of tampering with evidence in a decades-old cold case. A judge today dismissed the case against Willie Armstrong. The Brookford police chief was accused of destroying or changing an audio recording in a 1992 murder case. Armstrong filed a motion to dismiss the charges last September, arguing the state lacked sufficient evidence to proceed to trial. But the case did go to trial this week, and after the state rested its case, the judge granted the defense motion to dismiss due to a lack of evidence. More than 100 people are applying to be Charlotte's next mayor. The Charlotte City Council members are tasked with making a selection as Vi Lyles plans to step down from the role at the end of the month. As chief political correspondent Andy Weber reports, there are already some names emerging as top candidates.
There's a whole lot of people interested.
There is a long list of people in Charlotte who say they want to be the Queen City's next mayor. 114 residents have applied to serve out the remainder of Vi Lyles' term, set to expire in 2027. Former council member Tark Bakari says to him top contenders include Mayor Pro Tem James Mitchell, State Senator Caleb Diedros, and former council member Harold Cogdell.
It's hard to imagine which one of them could actually get 6 votes and get this done. So there's a number of days and even weeks left before this decision has to be made, but it's going to be get your popcorn eating time.
One thing that could tip the scale towards a single candidate, an endorsement from the influential Black Political Caucus.
I think right now it means an awful lot because we are right on the heels of having finished the I-77 toll lane massacre. That was really an initiative that the most credit, I think, goes to the Black Political Caucus.
Bakari says council members, many of whom are considering their own run for the office in 2027, will expect a promise from applicants that they won't try to capitalize on being an incumbent and run when the current term is up.
I can't fathom that anyone is going to be selected that does not make that commitment. The real question is, can 6 council members believe you? Do they believe you're actually not going to run? Because we have had multiple circumstances in the last decade plus where people have made that promise and not followed through with it.
Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Right now, Gaston County school officials are holding a public hearing tonight about the potential closure of W. Beam Intermediate School in Cherryville. Proposed plans would send students and employees to either Cherryville Elementary or John Chavis Middle. About 200 4th and 5th graders would be impacted. Proposal comes as district leaders are looking for ways to cut costs after county leaders cut the funding request by $25 million. The public hearing is at the Gaston College Meyer Center until 8 tonight, and we'll hear from neighbors at that meeting tonight on Queen City News after the soccer match. A boil water advisory will remain in effect in Mount Holly through this evening. A water main break yesterday afternoon prompted the advisory to go into place. Crews are currently testing the water system to ensure it's safe to use. The affected area is on your screen right now. City officials say that advisory will remain in place until at least 7:30. Also, we got Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Final tonight in the series back into Tar Heel State, Lenovo Center in Raleigh. Mike Lissette joins us now to talk about how loud it is going to be and how much fun this series has been.
You want me to show you how loud it's going to be?
Yeah.
Nah, not that. We could break microphones. We don't want to do that. And you know what? It's been just an incredible series. And even though the Canes are coming off a victory in Game 4, it's really hard to give them the edge for tonight, even though they're the ones playing at home. If you recall, Vegas has won at Carolina before, just like Carolina won at Vegas. And tonight, the Knights will look to do it again this evening. Now, the major question for Carolina is still who is going to be in goal. Head coach Rod Brendamore would not tip his hand all over the last 48 hours. When asked would it be Brendan Bussey or Frederick Anderson, all he would say is that everybody was available. Someone asked him again in a different way. All he would say is that everybody is available. After sitting out the entire playoffs, Bussey came in and helped the team to a win the last time out. That at least earned the respect of his head coach.
Obviously, there's a guy that was given an opportunity, and then, you know, everyone always talks about opportunity. You got to do something with it, and he's done nothing but earn every start that he's had.
Now, for what it is worth, Brind'Amour did say that Anderson skated with the main group ahead of tonight's game. I did just read another report that says it's going to be Bussey in goal. So really, we will not know until the game gets going, which it does in Raleigh at 8 o'clock. Andrew.
Mike, coming up after the break, talking more about the sizzling heat and humidity across the Carolinas. And we might see a couple of showers and storms this weekend. My full forecast next.
And the heat, yeah, it's rising in the Carolinas, and so is the cost of cooling. The crunch homeowners could find themselves in this summer if their AC goes out. Plus, nearing a state budget milestone, where North Carolina lawmakers stand with a new one as we approach 1,000 days since the last one was passed.
Whereas before, everybody thought the war was coming to a close and the Patriots had lost, now they were reinvigorated. They believed that they could still win.
In the next half hour, it's been more than 250 years since the fight for independence, but the memories are still preserved today. What sets the Battle of Kings Mountain apart from other Revolutionary War conflicts? You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. As dangerous heat arrives in the Carolinas, a lot of people will be kicking their HVAC units into full gear, but it remains quite pricey if that system needs to be replaced, which can cost homeowners tens of thousands of dollars. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell has the crunch some might find themselves in as they navigate inflation and the cost of so many other things still going up.
The heat wave has arrived in the Queen City, and the experts from Morris Jenkins HVAC and Plumbing are already getting calls.
Families in the house, it's 97 degrees outside. That's when they're running full gear. That's when they're going to break down on you.
HVAC systems breaking down at the worst possible time is why the company continues to push people to get preventative maintenance at least twice a year.
You want to get those coils cleaned. You want to get the dirt out, make sure they can breathe. You want to get your drain lines flush. You want to make sure those filters are clean, those blowers are clean.
A broken HVAC system for an average-sized home will typically cost you somewhere between $10,000 to $15,000 to replace. But without a healthy emergency savings, where is the wiggle room for these unexpected costs when so many families are already dealing with record inflation and rising energy bills?
That's often what brings people into crisis assistance ministry. It's just
life happens.
Charlotte's Crisis Assistance Ministry offers year-round utility assistance to those feeling that crunch right now.
From last January to May, compared to this January to May, utility past due bills that people are showing up with have increased 22%.
But the group relies on both public and private funds, which means even those dollars geared to help are limited.
We serve about 125 customers a day throughout the organization. The reality is that we also have to turn people away every single day, and that is simply due to the capacity that we have to see people and serve people.
Gas is up, groceries are up, things are happening, and the air conditioner is one of those things you don't think about until it breaks.
In Charlotte, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
Parents in Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools are calling for district leaders to limit children's screen time in classrooms. Some are even asking the school board for an audit of how much time is spent using technology each day. Others are also calling for a ban on the iReady program. It's an online platform used from kindergarten through 8th grade to test math and reading skills. District leaders estimate students use it for about 90 minutes per week. Several parents are pleading with school board members to rethink policies regarding technology use in the classroom.
Stacking screen exposure on top of screen exposure and calling it learning.
We all know the negative impacts of technology on mental health, attention, and brain development, and these are well researched. Kids learn and test better off screens.
District officials tell us iReady is not the district's core curriculum and is a tool to monitor and support growth. In a statement, they say technology is just one tool for students, and the majority of the school day involves teacher-led instruction. It is crunch time for North Carolina state lawmakers as they race to finish a new state budget before the end of the month. It's been almost 1,000 days since they passed the last one. Our Shabnam Dinesh has a closer look at where negotiations stand.
Republican leadership previously had set a goal of June 15th for releasing a budget, but as conversations continue behind closed doors, they say it will likely take longer. Senate Democrats are accusing Republican leaders of failing state employees and shutting them out of negotiations. They say they want to redirect $150 million from the School Voucher Reserve Fund into proposals tackling staffing shortages, workforce development, state employee pay, and small business lending. But they say they've been met with silence.
Will any of these bills pass? The answer is no. You know why the answer is no. It's because we are not included in the table in any negotiation with regards to anything meaningful in the state of North Carolina.
I was hopeful that we would have something that would be out there by Monday of next week. I don't know that that's going to take place. I still think that we should be able to get something done before the end of the fiscal year.
Republican leaders say budget writers have been meeting for weeks and continue to make progress, but they still need more time beyond their June 15th goal date. The fiscal year ends June 30th, leaving lawmakers with less than 3 weeks to strike a deal, release a budget, have it pass both chambers before making it onto the governor's desk for his signature. At the General Assembly, I'm Shabnam Dinesh.
Let's get back to the weather right now as we take a live look over Freedom Boat Club on Lake Norman and Cornelius. Hitting the water is going to be a very good idea this weekend with 90-degree temperatures taking over the Carolinas. Meteorologist Andrew Brightman is here as we are tracking this heat, and the humidity is what we really are concerned about as well.
Yeah, really just the incredible mugginess we've been dealing with, Brian, and that really is not going to be ending anytime soon here across the region, at least right through the weekend here. It's summer in the Carolinas, basically. What do you expect across this part of the country? But certainly is going to be scorching tomorrow with high temperatures pushing up into the upper 90s for many of us across the region. A lot of sunshine out there, a little bit of haze as well with the heat and humidity we're dealing with. 93 degrees currently, dew point at 70 degrees right now. Boone Camera, this is the place you want to be. Still sunny, but temperatures about 10 degrees cooler out there. Also feels about 15 degrees cooler when you factor in the mugginess. Mid to upper 90s to around 100 here across portions of the Piedmont and Sandhills. Up in the mountains, though, low to mid 80s is what it actually feels like on the skin. Record territory tomorrow, forecast highs into the upper 90s, and that record is 98 degrees, so not going to be too far off from making a little bit of history here on your Friday. Radar right now, pinpoint radar is quiet across the region, not seeing any wet weather really for the most part right now. We see a couple of showers and storms flare up earlier in the afternoon, but those are starting to fade here, and really just locking into a hot and for the most part summer pattern here with some of those afternoon showers and storms we'll be seeing for your Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Temperatures across the southeast dealing with that warm and humid weather out there, and unfortunately the muggy meter is not going to be dropping off all that much. A little bit lower here as we go into the weekend, maybe dew points at around 66 versus 70 like what we're seeing today, but still nonetheless not a whole lot of relief to be had in that department across the Carolinas. Futurecast overnight tonight, heading into your Friday morning. It's going to be warm here. Please dress comfortably if you can. Get the AC rolling here if you're going to be driving about during the middle part of the day. Isolated showers and storms popping up, very much kind of a summer type pattern here across the Carolinas. This is noon on your Friday. 3 o'clock, a little bit drier. Futurecast very much jumping on the idea of maybe some hit and miss showers and storms with that weak frontal boundary trying to move through, but really for the most part, it's not going to have any impact on our temperatures here. Still going to be up in the 90s as we go throughout your Saturday. 11 o'clock on your Saturday. Maybe a little overzealous with the temperatures, but probably already up into the upper 80s here. And as we head into the afternoon hours, it's hot, it's humid, with a couple of those hit and miss showers and storms developing later on in the day. As we go into your Sunday, it's really just more of the same here across the Carolinas. Temperatures heading up into the probably mid-90s again, at least low 90s out there, along with a couple of those pop-up showers and storms continuing to develop here as we head throughout the afternoon and into the evening hours on your Sunday. So it's kind of rinse, repeat here across the Carolinas over at least the next few days. As for the overnight hours tonight, temperatures can't cool off all that much. We've got dew points right around the 70-degree mark here, so it's going to be kind of that warm night across the region. Low 73 in Charlotte, 75 in Cheraw. Upper 60s here as we get on up into the mountains. Park forecast here. Temperatures heading up into the middle 90s on your Friday. Boys, it's going to be toasty out there as we wrap up the week. High temperatures tomorrow, upper 90s, 100 in Monroe, lower 80s as we get up into the higher elevations. That's the place you really want to be. Your pinpoint 7-day forecast here. Watching those temperatures holding on to the 90s at least through Sunday. A little bit cooler early next week, Brian, but still very much feeling like summer out there across the region.
It certainly is. Andrew, thank you. A local group taking care of veterans in need, the larger issue organizers want to address, not just in Charlotte, but nationwide. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. A local organization is helping veterans in need. The Independence Fund held its Feeding Independence event today. Veterans were given fresh food, hygiene products, cleaning supplies, and more. The event was held at the South Charlotte VA Hospital, a place where many vets receive medical treatment. Organizers tell us a lack of access to these resources is a huge issue nationwide.
1 in 5 veterans today experience food insecurity. If you look at Afghanistan, Iraq veteran families, that number's over 25%. It's more like 27, 29%. So it's a real issue.
Multiple organizations and the Village of Marvin Elementary School in Union County donated supplies for today's event. Tomorrow, the 24 Hours Foundation is holding its annual Dam to Dam paddling event. Participants will use a stand-up paddleboard to travel 24 miles downstream. They will start at the Mount Holly boat landing tomorrow morning and make their way down to the Tega Cay Beach Club. Full trip will take about 12 hours. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane, photojournalist Brian Christensen, and Positively Charlotte's Liza Mahacek are all taking part. The event is raising funds for local families who are fighting cancer treatment. And now you're looking live at the Pocono Raceway this weekend, where the mountains of Pennsylvania is going to come alive with racing at the Tricky Triangle that kicks off tomorrow, leading up to the Great American Getaway 400 on Sunday. Our Round the Track team is getting you ready for the race weekend. We got Larry Mack back in the saddle again with Around the Track, and they're talking with Cup Series driver Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and America's crew chief Larry McReynolds. Catch our newest episode tomorrow on Queen City News Plus app at 7, and then again on Sunday at noon, right here on Queen City News. A dangerous way to dodge traffic proves deadly in Huntersville. The concerns about drivers skipping barriers into the express lanes. And the FIFA World Cup is on. A look at the U.S. men's national team final practice ahead of their first match tomorrow in Los Angeles. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Right now at 6:30, live look across the Charlotte area, and no matter where you are, it is hot today, and it's going to get even hotter over the next several days. Heat advisories are already being issued due to the increase in temps and humidity. Yes, it is sizzling. Andrew in the Pinpoint Weather Center, and it already feels pretty muggy outside, but you say it's going to get closer to 100 degrees in some spots tomorrow.
Believe it or not, tomorrow is going to be worse, Brian. Going to be seeing more heat, more humidity, maybe a couple more showers and storms out there. That's the only way you're getting any relief from this heat and humidity here across the Carolinas. We need some of those PM showers and storms. We also have heat advisories in effect for tomorrow for most of our eastern counties on the North Carolina side of the border here, as we're going to see feels like temperatures potentially as high as 105 degrees out there. Pinpoint radar across Central Carolina is quiet right now. Did see a couple isolated shower storms. Even saw one severe thunderstorm warning earlier today. Drought monitor, latest drought monitor in here. No major changes here across the Carolinas. Still seeing the greatest relief and greatest reduction in drought conditions across the upstate of South Carolina. Temperatures right now low to mid 90s, still 96 right now. Sheesh, in Rockingham. Low to mid 80s though up across the mountains. That's where you want to be. Heat index, when you combine the heat with the humidity, the higher humidity, the more you have to sweat to cool yourself down. Well, what it feels like on the skin is 102 right now in Statesville. I've got more in your forecast and what's on the way for that Friday and weekend, Brian, coming up on Pinpoint 7 Day.
Sounds good, Andrew. What some drivers are doing to skip traffic on I-77 is not just breaking the law, it's also extremely dangerous. Yesterday, troopers say a motorcyclist skipping across the barrier into the express lanes caused a deadly crash in Huntersville. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone tells us just how often this is happening in the Lake Norman area.
When traffic starts to back up on I-77 in Huntersville, that's typically when more people choose to take the express lanes.
I think people just need to relax and just chill out. It's gonna be fine. You're gonna get there.
Kay Jones is one of several drivers we spoke with who has seen people drive over the dividers to get around traffic in a backup.
It's definitely not safe, but it's definitely become more of a usual thing that you see.
Jesus Espinoza says he witnessed a crash recently when someone drove illegally into the toll lanes.
I was in front of a couple cars in front of him, and I just kind of saw it through my rearview mirror, and I just saw like he just went, and I saw a bunch of parts flying around, and I heard the impact.
State Highway Patrol says this is what also happened Wednesday during the evening commute when a motorcyclist crossed into an unauthorized part of the express lanes near Gilead Road. 36-year-old Taiwan Jordan was killed by a car that was already driving express.
You shouldn't do it, but cars do go pretty fast on the express lane, so it can lead to a pretty bad crash.
Dividers like these, they may be super flexible, but they're actually here for a reason. They're meant to keep drivers safe, and that's why you should only enter and exit the express lanes at designated areas.
When other people see that, then they're gonna be like, oh, it's not even damaging to my car. I can go too. And then you got 3 more people following that person.
NCDOT says these delineators are meant to be flexible to allow emergency vehicles to enter and exit as needed. We've asked State Highway Patrol for data on crashes due to drivers crossing illegally and will provide it when it becomes available. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
A police chief in Catawba County is no longer on trial for charges accusing him of tampering with evidence in a decades-old cold case. The judge today dismissed the case against Willie Armstrong. The Brookford police chief was accused of destroying or changing an audio recording in 1992 in a murder case. Armstrong filed a motion to dismiss the charges last September, arguing the state lacked sufficient evidence to proceed to trial. But the case did go to trial this week, and after the state rested its case, the judge granted the defense motion to dismiss due to a lack of evidence. Suspect accused of killing a man at a Catawba County home is being held in jail without bond. Thomas Banks appeared in court today after being arrested last night. He is charged in connection with a shooting on Dansbury Lane Tuesday that killed a man identified as Rusty Johnson. Banks' next court hearing is next month. More than 100 people are applying to be Charlotte's next mayor for the interim status. The city council members are tasked with making that selection as Mayor Vi Lyles plans to step down from her role at the end of the month. As chief political correspondent Andy Weber reports, there are already some names emerging as top candidates.
There's a whole lot of people interested.
There is a long list of people in Charlotte who say they want to be the Queen City's next mayor. 114 residents have applied to serve out the remainder of Vi Lyles' term, set to expire in 2027. Former council member Tark Bakari says to him top contenders include Mayor Pro Tem James Mitchell, State Senator Caleb Diedros, and former council member Harold Cogdell.
It's hard to imagine which one of them could actually get 6 votes and get this done. So there's a number of days and even weeks left before this decision has to be made. But it's going to be get your popcorn eating time.
One thing that could tip the scale towards a single candidate, an endorsement from the influential Black Political Caucus.
I think right now it means an awful lot because we are right on the heels of having finished the I-77 toll lane massacre. That was really an initiative that the most credit, I think, goes to the Black Political Caucus.
Bakari says council members, many of whom are considering their own run for the office in 2027, will expect a promise from applicants that they won't try to capitalize on being an incumbent and run when the current term is up.
I can't fathom that anyone is going to be selected that does not make that commitment. The real question is, can 6 council members believe you? Do they believe you're actually not going to run? Because we have had multiple circumstances in the last decade plus where people have made that promise and not followed through with it.
Andy Weber, Queen City News.
A boil water advisory will remain in effect in Mount Holly through this evening. A water main break yesterday afternoon prompted the advisory. Crews are currently testing the water system to ensure it is safe to use. The affected area on your screen right now, city officials say that advisory will remain in place until at least 7:30. Right now, Gaston County school officials are holding a public hearing tonight about the potential closure of W. Beam Intermediate School in Cherryville. Proposed plans would send students and employees to either Cherryville Elementary School or John Chavis Middle. About 200 4th and 5th graders would be impacted. The proposal comes as district leaders are looking for ways to cut costs after county leaders cut their funding request by $25 million. The public hearing is at the Gaston College Meyer Center until 8 tonight. We will hear from neighbors at that meeting tonight on Queen City News at 10. The FIFA World Cup has arrived, and you could watch the matches right here on Queen City News. And that includes the U.S. men's national team taking on Paraguay tomorrow night. And our Troy Hirsch joins us now live in Los Angeles. And Troy, great to see you on the eve of what is going to be a fantastic event, hopefully for Team USA. How are they preparing for this tournament?
And Brian, they went through their final training session today before they take the pitch tomorrow in that stadium right over there known as Los Angeles Stadium for this World Cup. And while the game is just a day away, this process began nearly 2 years ago. The United States put Mauricio Pochettino in charge as the head coach 21 months ago, and under him they have played 25 matches, 14 of them victories. They've had their ups, like their last 2 matches against Senegal and Germany, which went pretty well, and they had their downs, like their previous 2 matches against Belgium and Portugal, which didn't go so well. Through it all, though, they're learning a new system and learning to play with each other since they all play on different club teams all around the world. And team captain Tim Ream told me heading into the first match, they're right where they want to be.
Yeah, I think we're there. You know, obviously there's always mistakes that happen in games. There's always, you know, breakdowns, but I think for the most part, everybody feels very good mentally and physically, and that's right where you want to be. You know, the tournament is in some ways a sprint, and in some ways it's not. And you have to be, you have to be ready for you know, the very first game. And we've put in a lot of work over the last 2 weeks to do that.
We 100% know exactly what we need to do. And you know, the best thing about him is he gives us the freedom to be able to adapt in the game. You know, there's not going to be something that you're going to be able to turn around and say, Coach, what do I need to do? It's like you need to have the instinct to know what to do, and he gives us that flexibility. So I think guys feel free in that.
Along with that flexibility and freedom, Coach Pochettino has put in an aggressive attacking style. The whole goal to generate scoring chances, and it worked very well against both Germany and Senegal. Of course, the U.S. will want to bring it up a level tomorrow when they take on Paraguay. Live in Los Angeles with the U.S. soccer team, I'm Troy Hirsch. Brian?
Yeah, and Troy, you know, some people consider this the most talented roster for the U.S. men's national team. Who are the key names that we're going to be hearing about over the next 3 weeks?
A lot of fans are going to become soccer fans starting tomorrow over the next couple of weeks, and they're going to hear the name Christian Pulisic a lot. He's been on this national team since he was 17. That was 10 years ago, and he leads this team in appearances and goals so far. Another forward, Folarin Balogun, is a name you're going to want to remember, and it's one you'll hear a lot because the guy they call Flo is a scoring machine. He scored 11 goals in his last 14 club matches overseas in Europe. On the defense, Chris Richards, coming off of an ankle injury. He says he's 100% ready to go. And Tim Ream, the captain we mentioned, he's 38 years old. If he plays tomorrow, he'll be the oldest American to play in a World Cup match. And wouldn't you know it, they call him Grandpa. naturally.
I love it. Yeah, live for us in Los Angeles there. Troy Hurst, appreciate it. Yeah, Tim Ream, obviously, from Charlotte FC. We wish him the best tomorrow and have fun watching that big match when you're out there. Appreciate it. Well, pull out your cell phone, and fans watch the World Cup right here on Queen City News, but that also means the matches will be happening instead of our newscast. And scan the QR code on your screen to stay up to date with the World Cup schedule and when we'll be live on the air. The QR code will take you to a story with the details on our website at qcnews.com. And CSL is switching it up to make sure the fans are up to date with all things World Cup related. Tune into our next episode of CSL Extra, as that's going to extra time. That's going to be tomorrow at noon right here on Queen City News. And to the other football now. Mandatory minicamp is over for the Carolina Panthers. Team officials today called off their final day of practice during the 2 practices that did happen this week. Offensive Rookie of the Year Teteroa McMillan got back on the field after a foot injury. There's also been some moving around on defense, like cornerback J.C. Horn getting reps at nickel on top of his normal position of the outside. Head coach Dave Canales is looking ahead to training camp.
Make sure that we can come back to a camp that's going to be the hardest camp they've ever had. And we have joint practices. You know, we got an extra preseason game, and that's gonna challenge us in new ways.
Training camp starts late next month. Andrew?
Brian, coming up after the break, I've got the latest on the heat and humidity and whether or not we're watching anything in the tropics with hurricane season now has started. And the full forecast next.
It has been more than 250 years since the fight for independence, but the memories are still preserved today. And what sets the Battle of Kings Mountain apart from other Revolutionary War conflicts? You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We are counting down to July 4th and celebrating the Spirit of America 250. Colonel Thomas Polk founded Charlotte, organized its Patriot Militia, and reportedly read the Mecklenburg Resolves aloud in the town square. His great-nephew, James K. Polk, became the 11th president. A nearby Revolutionary War battlefield is being preserved to give visitors a sense of a quick but important clash. Queen City News reporter John Lee tells us about the role that Kings Mountain played.
Visitors today enjoy the scenic serenity of Kings Mountain National Military Park.
On the left here is the top of Kings Mountain right up there.
This hallowed ground spans 3,945 acres. In the fall of 1780, the Battle of Kings Mountain was one of the largest Revolutionary War clashes in the Carolinas. Park Ranger Rob Holmes gave us a tour.
So we have the battlefield preserved in its entirety, which is very unique for Revolutionary War battlefields because most of them have been built over by the large cities.
The Battle of Kings Mountain was the only major skirmish between American loyalists and American patriots. The patriots prevailed over Major Patrick Ferguson and his men. Thomas Jefferson called the decisive victory, quote, the turn of the tide of success.
Whereas before, everybody thought the war was coming to a close and the Patriots had lost, now they were reinvigorated. They believed that they could still win.
Kenneth Quinn of Spartanburg walks through these grounds weekly and appreciates the history that comes with the territory.
Especially the Revolutionary War, because that's what the only reason we got a country.
There are monuments and markers throughout the park. Two are in honor of local militia commander Major William Chronicle. This one installed in 1815.
This marker is very special to us here at Kings Mountain because this is the second oldest battlefield marker anywhere in the country.
The museum at the park includes artifacts like the sword of Patriot Colonel Frederick Hambright. This is a coat button from a Royal Provincial uniform.
We're looking at a collection of musket balls that were recovered from the battlefield during an archaeological survey.
The U.S. monument is in the area where the Battle of Kings Mountain ended.
The plaque here speaks to the significance of this spot.
Kings Mountain National Military Park helps educate the public about a pivotal chapter.
Outside of the Western Carolinas, in the larger context of our country, most people are not familiar with this battle. Wonderful. I took a couple there, so hopefully there's one that you all like.
The park casts light on what happened on this revered real estate and how it shaped the Revolutionary War.
The plan of the Patriots is to kind of envelop and surround the mountain.
In Cherokee County, South Carolina, John Lee, Queen City News.
Kings Mountain National Military Park will host a July 4th event to mark the nation's 250th birthday. Interpreters in period attire will read the Declaration of Independence. And there will also be guided tours and historic weapons demonstrations. Let's get back to the weather right now as we take a live look over Freedom Boat Club on Lake Norman in Cornelius. Hitting the water, yeah, that's going to be a great idea this weekend with temps in the 90s as it is going to be just taking over, swamping the heat type with in the Carolinas. Meteorologist Andrew Brightman here tracking the heat and of course this humidity that we're talking about. Probably some of the hottest weather that we've seen all year.
Yes, definitely the hottest weather we've seen here since 2025. I wish I was smart enough, Brian, to be friends with someone that's got a boat here in that dock out on Lake Norman, because that is a great thing to do tomorrow and right through this weekend, my man. It's going to be hot. It's going to be humid out there across the region. Please implore you, drink plenty of water, certainly if you have to work outside tomorrow. This is going to be the hottest day, as we were saying, of the year so far. We are just getting started here with the summer. 93 degrees here, the dew point at 70. This is the whole story. If the dew point was 55, don't get me wrong, it would still be hot. It would just feel much more tolerable. If you were able to get in the shade, it would be able to help to cool you off. But that higher humidity, there's just no escaping it outside. Boone camera, this is the place to be. Feels much more comfortable. Feels like 100 in Lincolnton, but only 84 in Boone. But then, you can still sit outside in Boone. Still feels pretty comfortable across the higher elevations. Forecasting that near record tomorrow. Not quite a record high, but what's the difference between 1 degree amongst friends here? It is going to be very, very toasty here to wrap up your week. Pinpoint radar, quiet conditions here across the Central Carolinas. We zoom on out. We have got a couple of isolated pop-up showers and storms, especially off to our east here, but generally not seeing a whole lot in terms of weather across portions of the southeast. 91 in Columbia, 91 in Atlanta, 90 in Knoxville, 93 in Wilmington. So low to mid 90s out there across the Carolinas. Rain chances, always kind of a low grade chance of a shower or storm here as we go through the next 7 days, but really watching Tuesday and potentially Saturday for some of those hit and miss showers and storms during the afternoon. The muggy meter not going to be coming down at all here across the region. Great place to go. Maybe you want to go to the beach. Rain chances relatively low if you're going to be heading to the coast here, but at least you can go in the water and cool off with all of this heat here that we're dealing with throughout the Carolinas. Futurecast overnight tonight, heading into your Friday morning here. Not going to cool off all that much because of the elevated humidity here across the region. Brutal out there across the Carolinas. Some pop-up showers and storms here first during the early afternoon, then you see another line of potential showers and storms pushing through as we head throughout the afternoon hours across the region. Saturday morning, partly cloudy skies, and guess what? We get to do it all over again with a few pop-up showers and storms developing here across the region. Saturday evening, we'll see some isolated showers and storms as we roll on into your Sunday. Well, more heat, more humidity, and a few of those pop-up showers and storms to be had here across the region. Boy, is it going to be getting toasty out there. Just get ready for it, everyone. And that continues into your Sunday evening. Here's some of those hit and miss showers and storms across the region. And heading into your Sunday night, well, it's more of the same here as we dry out and do it all over again on your Monday. Watching for maybe some low-grade tropical development here as we go into the southwestern Gulf of Mexico here as we go through the weekend into early next week. Development chances overall low, but just something we're keeping an eye on. 1 in 10 chance of developing. It's our first area to watch of the hurricane season this year. Overnight tonight, temperatures dipping down into the middle 70s, mostly clear skies out there. Low temperatures, mid 70s here in Charlotte, upper 60s here as we get on up into the mountains. Humidity factor tomorrow, going to feel like 100 in Charlotte. Boone, that's the place to be. Going to feel only like 80 degrees. And then absolutely brutal, borderline dangerous heat as we get down into Chirrahua and the Sand Hills. High temperature for 100, going to be feeling like 105. Pinpoint 7-day forecast. We do cool off a little bit. Highs maybe all the way back down into the middle 80s here on Tuesday with that frontal boundary moving through. But it's still summer out there, Brian.
Certainly looks like it and feels like it. Andrew, thank you. A local group taking care of veterans in need. The larger issue organizers want to address not just in Charlotte, but nationwide. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. A local organization is helping veterans in need. The Independence Fund held its Feeding Independence event today. Veterans were given fresh food, hygiene products, cleaning supplies, and more. The event was held at the South Charlotte VA Hospital, a place where many vets receive medical treatment. Organizers tell us a lack of access to these resources is a huge issue nationwide.
1 in 5 veterans today experience food insecurity. If you look at Afghanistan, Iraq veteran families, that number's over 25%. It's more like 27, 29%. So it's a real issue.
Multiple organizations and the Village of Marvin Elementary School in Union County donated supplies for today's event. Tomorrow, the 24 Foundation is holding its annual Dam to Dam paddling event. Participants will use a stand-up paddleboard to travel 24 miles downstream. They will start at the Mount Holly boat landing tomorrow morning and make their way down to the Tega Cay Beach Club. The full trip will take about 12 hours. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane, photojournalist Brian Christensen, and Positively Charlotte's Liza Mahacek are all going to be taking part. That event is raising funds for local families who are fighting cancer treatment. And only on Queen City News Plus, Pinpoint Weather University teaches you the science behind what's happening weather-wise. This week, it is all about humidity and why you might not sweat as much when it is extra muggy outside.
Humidity is the problem. Why is that the thing that gets us? Well, you're in a low humidity environment. Our body sweats, that sweat evaporates into the atmosphere because the atmosphere does not have a lot of moisture, so it can take whatever moisture you have off your body and it cools your body down. However, in a very high humid atmosphere, our body can't release that sweat into the atmosphere because the atmosphere's already got too much moisture. Here's the problem. The sweat's staying on us, it's not evaporating, it's not cooling us down. So evaporative cooling fails and sweat can't evaporate to cool us down, and that means your body can't cool adequately and we can get overheated.
You can watch the full episode of Pinpoint Weather University right now for free. Just download the Queen City News Plus app on either your Roku, Apple TV, or Amazon Fire Stick. A look at tonight's lineup on the app. First at 7, We Are Not Alone, followed by Order in the Court at 7:30 with Khalif Rhodes and myself. And Across America, a Next Star special at 8 o'clock. Watch it all on our new Queen City News Plus app. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
Stephen A. Smith on Cuomo, tonight, 8/7 Central on News Nation.
Before UFO disclosure inspired Hollywood,
I certainly believe that there's life in the universe.
News Nation has been uncovering the truth from the beginning. The evidence that could change the world. Road to Disclosure. Saturday at 8/7 Central on News Nation.
To find News Nation, go to newsnationnow.com.
And one final check here in your Pinpoint 7-day forecast. Got a lot of heat and humidity on the way for the Carolinas as we go throughout this weekend, Brian.
Yeah, it's going to be hot. Stay prepared.
Yeah.
We'll have more for you tonight at 10. Have a great night.
There is a dark side to disclosure, a secret too terrible to be told.
They briefed us on some stuff that was frankly terrifying.
Hey, there's aliens.
We already know life exists in the universe.
All the religions have been telling us that there are other beings.
Have all new questions. It's time to discover what's next. Accidental Truth. Next, a film by Ron James, narrated by Matthew Modine.
All right, that's just a preview, just a few snippets from a brand new and long-awaited documentary, already described as one of the most important UFO documentaries of all times. Award-winning filmmaker Ron James joins us today. We welcome you back and we congratulate you on this long-awaited documentary. Welcome back to the show. We are not alone, and welcome to all of our viewers today.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, I mean, we were so excited now. It was in, 2023 when you came out with Accidental Truth, UFO Revelations, right? It won like 28 awards. You've won over 70 awards. We didn't have time to get into that. Very talented filmmaker, obviously. So the sequel will be released June 2nd. Can't wait. The timing seems magical.